It's Friday, it's double darts on Friday, and welcome to the Easter festivities here at the MODUS Super Series. And Friday is going to be a good day worth of darts. But before we look ahead to the action today, let's see what happened last night. Well, it's quite easy to say that all the players are on 4 points. Darren Johnson, one of them, and he carded the biggest finish of the night, the big fish, to get the better of Lucas Venik. As for the German, he's also on 4 points in the group. There's going to be a theme that comes to fruition here. He got this 80 checkout against Dan Reed. So we know what Reed's on points-wise, and he's third on legs difference. He knotted this 95 to get the better of Darren Johnson. As for Martin Turner, he's the reigning Isle of Man champion. And he is here at the Super Series, and he's in the similar predicament as everybody else in terms of getting through, on 4 points. Reece Colley's top of the group, but he's on the same number of points as the player at the bottom of it. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense, but we're going to try and make sense of it as the afternoon goes on. Matthew Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony. Now, I have a couple of questions. First of all, 4 points. I've only seen this a couple of times, and it always tends to be when you're here.
I was worried where that was going because you started off by saying we're going to try and make sense of this, and I can't make sense of what happened last night. Literally, every single result just panned out the way of what we loosely actually expected at the start of the night, where I said to Abby, no prediction, and she kept asking and asking, what's the prediction? I kept saying no prediction, and it turned out to be the very best prediction because actually there was nothing to predict. It was exactly how we started, and they're only separated by a couple of legs.
We are going to have a look at the league standings after the first night's action, just to confirm the fact that all the players are on 4 points. Reece Colley and Martin Turner with the positive legs difference. And I'm going to ask you a question which you probably have no answer to. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see exactly the same sort of thing happen. One thing we have seen, though, is some moves. I mentioned yesterday, Reece Colley was very surprising opening the group at 9-1. That has been more than halved. He's now 7-2. And he is top of the table, but it is only on legs. So you look at Dan Reed, and it's like the night never even existed for him. He's on the level points, level legs. And it's a one-day group, really, now, this one, rather than a two-day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll help you out with some of that analysis then from last night, because we can have a look at the session via the numbers and see where we can get a little bit of a guide behind the madness of evening one of Group B. We saw 57 legs played, 19 of which were won against the throw. Darren Johnson, as we saw in the highlights package, netting that big fish. But then look at the overall average, 86, checkout rate 35. It's very good stuff. It's solid.
I think the two key stats here are the highest winning average and the overall average. Now, the reason I draw attention to those is because normally Group C is lower than Group B. In this situation, both of those key stats, the highest player average and the overall, down. I don't see this too often, and I think what that is where players have given opponents maybe a few too many opportunities, which is why we've seen this situation where we've got all players on 4 points. No one's really grabbed that by the scruff of the neck, and with that we've had them stats come down. This Group C nearly 2 points higher.
We are going to see the thrilling conclusion of that group tonight from 10 o'clock here at the MODUS Super Series. But we are ready to conclude Group C over the course of this afternoon session at the Live Lounge, and we saw some magnificent stuff, didn't we, on day one, particularly by Chris Gilliland.
2 averages of 104 to kick off the day, and he was pushing that as well towards the back end of the day. It's around about a 98 average across the whole day, which isn't just Group C winning form, it's any group. It's weekly. It's Champions Week winning form, if he can repeat that again. However, the question is if he can repeat that again. We saw the last day of Group A, he actually lost all 5 matches. But what a real good quality that is from Chris Gilliland, to bounce back from losing all his games to then putting in a quality performance like we saw yesterday. Just
putting a little bit of a tease in there regarding Chris Gilliland. This is how the bookmakers price up today's action then. Chris Gilliland, the 10-11 favourite to go on and win the group. Perhaps not a surprise on his showing so far, but I mean, Neil Duff at 11-5, could he possibly be the bookies fancy in terms of an outside punt?
The bookies have got it right. I often look at this and I want to try and find a reason to say the bookies are wrong and get a bit controversial with that. However, in this situation, I can't. I think they've got it absolutely spot on. I think it's a fair price on Chris Gilliland. They haven't gone silly with him. We can see sometimes 1-2s and 1-3s in this situation where someone plays well. Ryan Murray played very well yesterday, was actually the second best in terms of averages. I'll run through some numbers on commentary in a bit with Chris Mason. But Ryan Murray, if there is going to be someone come off and upset the odds, I think it would be him.
Well, let's see what you have picked then. This is Prime Time's tips for this afternoon session. And, well, this is what you've picked. It's a 5.15 to 1 treble. Even better, we can get to see your face in those beautiful graphics now. What do you make of that? What's your assessment on those picks today?
Well, I think you can never get enough of my face, and that's the first thing.
Well, you can, but...
But if we take a look at some of the markets, some of these games, we're going to get tight games today, like we've had tight games in Group B, and I think a lot of the markets today are things like the overs. That 5.5 over on the Duff Chris Gilliland game at 1-2, that's a 50% return on any stake that you place. I think them sort of bets today are the way to go.
And if you are having a flutter today, it's 18+, begambleaware.org for more information about safer, responsible gambling. Well, game one of our session sees Chris Wickenden in action. He takes on Vitezslav Sedlak. That's game one of our session. Matthew Edgar is preparing himself for 15 live commentaries over the course of this afternoon, and he's going to do it down in the sanctuary of the commentary booth where Chris Mason currently occupies himself. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, Henry. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how this Group C pans out over the course of the day. Of course, this was the final match of the session yesterday afternoon. It is a fascinating group just to see more so if Gilliland can continue the fine form he showed yesterday. This match went to the wire. It was Vitezs who led 3-0, and Wickenden produced an incredible comeback, which included a 156 checkout en route to that comeback.
First leg is Chris to throw first.
Myself and Matt Edgar, who's sprinted down the stairs to join us. I think we were a little disappointed with Sedlak yesterday, weren't we? I think well, not necessarily disappointed, we expected more.
135.
I came into it a little bit blind on Sedlak, and I wanted to...
Yeah, exactly, on purpose.
I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in that situation where I didn't have feedback from Group A, and I wanted to get a new read of him going into Group C. And it's interesting he started with a 180, because that's something I was going to pick up on right away. Yesterday he hit 8 180s. That's the second amount of 180s of anybody in the group, only bettered by Shaun Griffiths, who hit 9. But yet, in 3 of his games yesterday, he only had 4 darts at a double, 1 dart at a double, and 4. So 3 matches, only managed to have 9 darts at the double, despite being one of the best 180 hitters, which tells me, especially with a running average for the day, which was the lowest of anybody in the group, 81.46, that he was okay and good when he was hitting the 180s, but too many trebleless visits and a lot of darts going in that 5.
Yeah. And across Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 60. It was one thing that myself and Glenn Durrant picked up on was the fact that he didn't throw too many stray darts. Right? Yesterday, he was hitting 180s, but either side of those 180s were trebleless visits. And that's something he's going to have to put right today. But this is some start from Wickenden.
He looks completely a different player in his demeanour.
57.
Yes.
The shoulders are back, the chest is out, he's got a bit of zip in the throw. Maybe just getting those couple of results at the back end of yesterday, keeping his hopes alive.
The first leg.
And that's a 13 darter to start the day.
Yeah, he looked uncomfortable yesterday, especially in his opening 3 matches. And we feared the worst, but
second leg, these are to throw first.
Certainly
Game on.
Bounced back really well yesterday with back-to-back wins, and one of those most impressive wins was against this man, where he did trail 3-0.
I have never seen a player so negative in my life. Now, yesterday I managed to go upstairs because
99.
He was 3-0 up, and I was waiting to speak to Abby. Ended up losing that game 4-3, but from 3-0 up, he was shaking his head and he was disappointed with himself, and he was down on his knees at the back of the stage. And I'm thinking, you're 3-1 up, but just detach yourself from the moment, take the emotion out of the situation. He's opened this leg with a 180 and he's shaking his head. What did he expect?
Yeah, he focuses more on performance
97.
than results or scoreline. And that's something he's going to have to eradicate from his game because, well, not only is that
55.
it's a negative mindset, it'll also become exhausting.
Well, at that point, he's shaking his head. He's thrown 15 darts in this match, of which 2 of those throws was a
45.
180. He's
Yeah.
at two 180s in 5 visits to the board, and he's shaking his head. I just would love to know what sometimes people expect in certain situations. That's the third 180, and he still can't crack a positive reaction. It's okay having high standards, but sometimes you can't let that
60.
creep into the
Victoria
demeanour
card
or how
26.
you approach situations, because it's just going to breed negativity.
Yeah, I mean, expectation is one thing, but reality is another.
13.
I mean, this is the second leg of the day, and me personally, having this is the 5th consecutive day I've commentated on him. There's a reason he fades towards the back end of the day, and
60.
I think it's emotional
Victoria card
exhaustion.
13.
Can't find a reason to disagree with
No
that.
score.
And
Victoria card
now's the time to be
140.
unhappy and shake your head. Not a 180, missing a big 5. This would be painful. He did this yesterday, a 156, the 2 trebles and the double. There's 1.
And the thing is that big 5's missed because of this such a
13.
negativity around his confidence.
Better dart finding the middle. A nice reset there. I like that.
Getting shot on the second
Compose
leg.
for the double.
Vitezslav Sedlak.
A lot of players very guilty of going and doing it in just one motion rather than a single and a double as 2 parts.
Third leg, Christy through first. Game on.
But this is the point I was trying to make earlier on when I said he's had those 8 180s,
137.
which is the second best only bettered by Shaun Griffiths and the second best by quite some distance. But when you look at the average, after 2 legs with 8 180s,
140.
3 180s in this match, sorry.
Yeah. He's not hit a ton.
100.
3 180s and 1 140.
This is what I was trying to work out, because the 180 numbers of yesterday with those 8 make me think that I'd expect to see an average around 87 to 88, especially when you look at the fact of some of the games he didn't really have many darts at double.
Or a ton of missed doubles. If we looked at his doubling
100.
stats and they were around sort of 20%, you go, well, that's what's pulled the average down. But the fact that he's hit so many 180s and had so many few darts at a double.
100.
I think this
Visual
game,
car
a really good indication
164.
to that. We looked at the average at the start of the leg at 80. He's had 4 darts at the double. So it's those sort of setup shots, as we've already seen in this game.
64.
It all started going wrong a little bit when he had the double
161.
13.
Could use the ball
60.
here.
Christy Wakar, 100.
May have been the better option to leave a potential 2 dart, but more so guaranteeing 2 darts at the same target, which would be a treble 20. That's a lovely dart. And the one thing that we were massively impressed with yesterday was the amount of times he pinned the double with 1 dart in hand. That shows me he's got plenty of bottle.
4-5 feet to throw first. Game on.
Could well be, in terms of numbers, his
59.
personal best performance here. He's averaging close to 97 right now.
The most impressive thing, though, about that, numbers are great when we look at them, but when you break them down further, that's when you get your true information. You don't look at the headline
85.
number, which is averaging 96, which, yeah, great. However, the real breakdown of those stats are the 13 and 15 dart legs that he's won with the throw. To break that, he
25.
is saying to Sedlak, you need to go out in 12. If he continues in that 5 or under, it doesn't matter if he ends up with a 75 average because he's playing bad on the other throw. He is dominating his throw, which is going to make him
100.
extremely hard to beat, regardless of what he does on the Sedlak throw.
And especially when you look at probably the most important stat of all, 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Here comes those
30.
fives. It's interesting when we've got two people in the commentary box that have got different views, because obviously you've seen him for a longer span of days, where I only saw yesterday's sample, and it is like we've got two completely different reads on the same
100.
player.
Yeah. One of his key attributes across the 3 days of Group
60.
A was the fact that he didn't throw too many, well, very rarely. In fact, it was something Glenn picked up on instantly, how straight he was. But the
100.
one thing that we both picked up on, and you have, is the body language. This, again, is so steady. And
123.
that
Official
5
count
visits you
116.
mentioned, he's on for another one.
More worrying for Sedlak, this is on his darts.
Well, that was always going to happen, wasn't it?
He's offered the invitation.
76.
He will return back. Well, Chris Wickenden at tops. Sedlak a long way back after 15 darts, still back on 204.
96.
They went 5 to
Official
6
count
each of 2
40.
for this one, and it was one that both myself and Edgar looked at and thought, especially after the fact that this man came back from 3-0 in their final match of the session, we just knew that that would have put a lot of negativity in the mind of Sedlak.
35.
And with the style in which it happened
Official
as well,
count
Sedlak
108.
missing about 13 match darts in that one. Now he's left a no finish there with the 9, so Chris Wickenden will return.
48.
Will be coming
Official
back
count
for
5.
5, which we've seen already the 13 be approaching 2 parts by Sedlak. Chris Wickenden doing exactly the same thing. You see that little step back and that reset into
shot on the
the
fourth
double
leg.
2, and
Chris
that is
Wickenden.
2 really good professional shots there from these two when we're looking at those low sort of combination single to doubles.
Yes, it is easy
This leg
with
Chris to throw first. Game on.
pressure to get the big single and then flash straight at the double.
Well, traditionally what happens as well is people will come up to a shot like that, like
85.
5, and you're thinking so much about the double that they end up popping it in the single 20.
$60.
Did speak yesterday as well about the benefits of going on last. Chris Wickenden is looking like he could make that benefit pay, because he could have won the last game yesterday, the first one today, and he's back in the mix.
Yep, right back in the
100.
mix. He went from losing 3 on the spin on 0 points to then winning his next 3 and climbing to 6 points and going into joint
140.
3rd position with Ryan Murray. And the main objective when you are
60.
coming from behind is just to try and pressure those out in front who are try and make them defend their lead rather than kick on.
And again, you can draw
97.
inspiration from the journey of Chris Wickenden here if you're watching along at home, because had Chris Wickenden not won that game against Sedlak, when he was 3-0 down yesterday and it looked like there was no way back, he'd be bottom of the table
60.
now. Instead, he's closing down, going joint 3rd. Being just 2 points off the qualifying places.
100.
Class.
108.
What did we say about timing all day yesterday?
No better time than to leave a nice double like a double 8 as well. It's a long way off there for Sedlak. And Chris Wickenden has got
56.
3 darts at double
Visual
eight.
car 16.
Or 6 points on the board.
Seven of the last 8 legs against his opponent.
No score.
That was a
Vitezslav
well-thrown dart.
48.
He did not get the reward. Is he going to return the favour of yesterday's game with the mismatched darts? Can Sedlak do to Wickenden what he did to him the back end of yesterday afternoon's play?
16.
Well, he started from the bottom. He could be here in the running.
Tune.
Eight.
Wow.
Vitezslav
6 missed darts,
32.
but not nervy darts, not edgy darts, 6 well-thrown darts. I thought dart
Game
2
shot on the 5th leg. Vitezslav Sedlak.
was about in, but it was on the outside wire. And there's that shaking of the head. I can't believe I've won a leg. Again from Sedlak.
6th leg, Vitezslav throw first.
Me
Game on.
personally, I'd have give it a real big fist pump just to try and unsettle Wickenden. As an opponent,
41.
when you've mismatched darts, you sort of look and think, how dare you do that? Shouldn't even got to go.
The zip
99.
appears to be back in the throw again of Chris. I think that might be a little bit of frustration, a little bit of feeling like a missed opportunity, because we don't know how important legs are going to be in this group. In tight groups, we have seen leg difference come into play
83.
as the secondary differential factor.
Always seems to play its part somewhere along the line.
76. 100.
Quite stabby, the throw of Sedlak today. An early release.
60. 60.
Welcome along to all of our viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you're joining us for the first time and haven't subscribed, please hit the
96.
subscribe button, give us a thumbs up, and don't forget to hit that notification bell, and we'll send you an alert when we go live, or if there's any new content that drops on the channel.
170.
If you are a social media user at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. If you want to get in touch with myself or Matt Edgar, you can contact Matt direct on his own
98.
Twitter page.
Vitezslav car 77.
Chuck the handle at the Edgar 501 in there. We do like to be interactive with you guys. Who do you think is going to win today? Because
Yeah, who's going to top the table?
I can't make that prediction myself. I might need a bit of a hand with that one.
57.
If we
Crucial
look
car
at yesterday,
72.
I think if Gilliland can get anywhere near his current running average for the day, he should be one of the two that come through, and that's a terrible dart for him. Oh, that's a great recovery dart, though. 88.
64.
Sedlak is pacing around
Vitezslav
at
car
the
20.
back
Like
of
an
the stage.
expectant father.
I was going to go with the exact same one as well then. One more chance.
15.
Opportunity, I
Visual
feel,
car
this time
8.
has gone. Chris Wickenden has had 7 match darts already. Nine and counting. Madhouse.
No score.
Madman.
Vitezslav car 5.
He'll be fuming. Tamping, raging. What a bizarre game this is. Made sure the one. He's up there now.
Game shot on the
He
sixth
hits
flag.
it to keep
Vitezslav
his
Sedlak.
hopes alive. A 24-dart hold of throw to take us to a decider. Well, we've ended up where we ended up in this match. Around about
7th final leg.
5 to 6 yesterday
Game on.
afternoon. Just gone about it in a different way. It was Sedlak who blew the lead yesterday. Will it be Wickenden's turn to
97.
replicate that?
Said what a bizarre match. I'm going to go one step further and say what a bizarre fixture. Because we've had 2 games now between the pair and
137.
they've been very strange stories. One player running away with it, looking like they're going to win it, and then missing double figures worth of match starts.
100.
Great last there, though, from Chris Wickenden as Sedlak looks to make his move.
60.
Can't split them. 304, both on the scoreboard. 3 legs each on the scoreboard.
100.
But every time Chris Wickenden does this, he just needs to find a treble with each visit, and then he's going to really pile the pressure and the expectation on Sedlak, which may
46.
force the error. This is where a big treble 20 will feel like a golden nugget.
Yeah, it's where tons feel like 140s.
24.
I am surprised he stayed. I'm baffled. He tried to find a way around that. The dart was laid down. It blocked it up. He could have easily looked at a switch there. Could have looked at the
100.
17s. Tried to force the issue. And now he's just invited Sedlak back into the leg and into the match. He may look back at that moment as one of the hosts that he may regret from this match.
60. Vitezslav 158.
Still none the wiser. Who's going to take these important 2 points?
44. Vitezslav 120.
Every exchange that they have of 3 darts, we get no clearer to the answer. But that is a nice dart for Chris Wickenden to sit on top. I would be disappointed this dart wasn't a dart at the double 20.
Yeah, dart 3 is where we both expected dart 2 to be.
$58. Vitezslav 20.
Match starts once again. He has missed 10 so far. Got 3 more opportunities and he only needs the 1. The most bizarre fixture of Group C goes exactly the same way it did yesterday. A 4-3 victory to Chris Wickenden, who is back in the running for this group. Coming up next, we've got Ryan Murray taking on Shaun Griffiths.
And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And you, like a number of players, could be a part of the folds here at the MODUS Super Series, courtesy of the Amateur Dart Circuit. For more information, head over to their Twitter page. It is @Dart Circuit, or head over to their website. Plenty of information regarding the vault and a number of winners coming from that, which is going to be taking part in Series 4 here at the Live Lounge Reports. And again, if you head over to their Twitter page, you can find out who's going to be joining us for Super Series 4, courtesy of the ADC. Well, as far as our first game of the session was concerned, Chris Wickenden got over the line in the end. He had a 3-1 lead. It went all the way to 3 apiece, and then he got the better of Vitezslav Sedlak by 4 legs to 3 in the end. That was despite the Czech getting 3 180s in that match, but the checkouts was where the game was ultimately won and lost, and Wickenden getting that victory then by 4 legs to 3, our first game of the session. Well, match 2 sees the first games of the day for Messes Murray and Griffiths, respectively. Both players looking to make a bit of a push on the second day of action for them in Group C. Remember, they're both looking to chase down Gilliland and Neil Duff, who topped the table on 8 points. They're going to be playing in match 3 of our session. But before we look ahead to that, let's see how match 2 is going to go in the company of Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this is a very, very important tie for Ryan Murray in terms of trying to finish in the top 2. Remember, it's the winner of Group A, which was Big John Henderson. He's safely through to Saturday night's final. The top 2 from this Group C, and the top 3 from this evening's Group B, which resumes at 10 p.m. Hope you can join us. Nice end to your Easter Friday. Lovely day out there as well today, isn't it?
Yeah, the sun is shining here on the south coast in the UK. And the eyes are on the darts at the moment. Ryan Murray is the guy that I think if anyone's going to upset the party at the top of the table, it is going to be him. He produced some very good darts yesterday. A running average for the day of 91.44, which is normally, if we take out the performance of someone like Gilliland, what we'd say is group winning averages.
Yeah.
First leg is Ryan to
anything
through
over
first.
90 for the course of the day, you'd expect to see a player
Come on.
right up there. But what Gilliland did was produce some real big numbers, and Neil Duff produced some solid play.
Neil Duff produced the right thing at the right time. He
114.
wasn't great all day, he was great when he needed to be. Where Ryan Murray, a really impressive stat from yesterday when you crunch all the doubling stats together,
55.
is he only had 33 darts at the double, but he hit 16. That is just under 50%. And we say 33% is good.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd
26.
be happy to take 1 from 3, which is almost pretty much bang on the average for the year so far in terms of doubling combined.
42.
Yeah, I was impressed with Murray yesterday. I'm on this tie against Griffiths.
45.
2. There's 85 average. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Another example of that doubling efficiency.
I was just watching how the Shaun Griffiths darts are going in the board, and I noticed on that dart there as it's hit the other one, the wobble, they seem to be going in a little bit loose. They are the
100.
same darts, the same length, but they don't seem to be penetrating the board in this early phase the way they did yesterday.
Yeah, it was something you picked up on yesterday in certain spells throughout the afternoon.
63.
That can be down to technique, of course.
That could be another example there of why we get the bounce out, because if it's not coming through with that sort of speed and penetration, just catching the flight, you're going to lose the dart.
123.
And there's not enough energy or sufficient energy to enter the board.
60. Round your car, 67.
Was the 8 to 15 favourite for this tie. Tops for 1-0.
47. Shaun your car, 144.
I think on the basis of yesterday's play, you'd say that is a fair price.
Agreed, yep.
85. Brand new car 20.
And on the basis of yesterday's play, you wouldn't expect Ryan Murray to miss 3 darts at the double. But that was yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg. Ryan Murray.
Yeah, that is one thing that to take into consideration with darts. Every day is different.
Second leg, Shaun to throw first. Game on.
Let us know where you're watching from, and welcome along, of course, to the thousands upon
120.
thousands of viewers we have watching with your chosen bookmaker. Of that facility to watch via that. Please gamble
57.
responsibly, and we can try and point you in the right direction. We will do. We can find you any kind of value. We did yesterday. We gave out some beauties
100.
yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, some really good ones yesterday, and we was more than happy yesterday to take on the favourites. And that's what we like to do. We like to, don't want to give you a 1 to 3 or a 1 to 4. We want to find where the opportunity is to take on those favourites, try and find some value.
We did it in the opening game of the
59.
session when we took them on with that man there, Shaun Griffiths, taking on Vitezslav Sedlak. He was even money, and we thought that was too big.
60.
Said we don't like those short prices, but the next game coming up, Neil Duff, Chris Gilliland, is one of those sort of real eye-catching ones when you get the 1 to 2 on the over 5.5.
94.
That means that both players basically have to get 2 legs. I don't think that's a game that either player is going to run away with and come away with a strong result.
140. Shaun your car
Well, it went all
128.
6 legs yesterday. Nearly went all 7 legs, should I say. It went 6 legs. A couple of missed darts at doubles by
84. Ran your car
Chris Gilliland to
147.
take us all the way, but that was covered yesterday, the over 5.5.
59. Shaun your car 44.
Tops for the 4 for tops.
Bit of Motown, 4 tops.
Game shot
There
on
it
the
goes.
second leg. Shaun Griffiths.
Good response.
Third leg round to throw first. Game on. $55.
The Euro Tour returns tomorrow. Normally there would be matches on a Friday, but they still have proper bank holidays over there, don't they?
100.
I'd hate to know what you're charging for working on a bank holiday today.
Double bubble, son. Double bubble.
44. $100.
At the moment, despite the strong start by Ryan Murray, he's been on a bit of a slide.
100.
Did take him to the 5th dart to hit the double, and maybe if that's one of his strengths, that sometimes if it's not working quite straight away, you start to panic a little bit in the other senses of
45.
your game. It's not like he needed to grow into it yesterday. His first game was the 92.15, although he did only get 3 darts at a double in that match. But he did go up against a very inspired Chris Gilliland.
Yeah, he was
100.
stunning at times yesterday. Just didn't look like he was going to miss.
Good
137.
thinking as well there to switch down to the 19s. That's Shaun Griffiths to do what Chris Wickenden did.
$62. Ran your
Perfect
car
first
89.
start. And then following it with the 2 1s, which leaves him one of the biggest 2 dart combinations on the board.
53. Shaun
How
Griffiths,
often does that happen as well, where someone misses the ball and there's only so many sections it can go and leave a double, and it does?
Yep.
Griffiths has tried to go safe there, going the old school bull 25 route. He will not get a dart of the double, so Ryan Murray
42.
to continue the trend of every leg going with the throw. First dart could be a real nice guide.
No score.
That is a really well thrown dart.
Well, we waxed lyrically about his doubling yesterday. He's just 1 from 9 at the moment. That could well be the difference between doing the double over Griffiths
32. Ranuakar 36.
or Griffiths making it 1 apiece and getting revenge.
Game shot on the third leg. Ryan Murray.
You are here for another week, aren't you, Matt?
Yes, I'm here till next Sunday.
I might be getting the old Fairliner up from the harbour in Southampton if you fancy a
Fourth leg
bit
shot
of
on the
lunch
third
Sunday
first.
afternoon
Game
on the yacht.
I do like a bit of
60.
fine dining. I like to try the local cuisine as well. Just done a tour of Europe last week, and I tried all
Yes.
the local cuisines.
Anything in particular that you can tell us about that was
131.
unusual?
Well, I tried one of the local cuisines, which was a burger that is named after a majesty.
83.
It was actually named after the king. Yeah, it's not as glamorous as you'd
58.
think. The old Burger King and the McDonald's, and tried all the local cuisine.
I was hoping that you were going to tell us about a bit of fine
100.
dining, not a dirty burger.
I believe fine dining might be. I understand you can whip up a bit of fine dining.
Yeah, I maybe
145.
I may cook next week for us. A couple of decent bottles of vino and maybe a little Italian I'll rustle up.
One out of them 40. Ranuakar 167.
Again, a big deflection there from that last start. Another sign, though, it's not coming through with the sort of force we'd expect, coming through a bit soft.
125.
Is that
Shaun
down to the
Griffiths,
fact that he's maybe a bit
118.
tentative? Lack of confidence, maybe?
Just playing a bit safe, isn't he? Just holding a little bit back, and this is a game you can't hold anything back or play for time. You can't just play for points and dance around the ring or hold the ball in the corner.
58. Ranuakar 42.
Ryan Murray, a much improved leg here. Getting to a double after 13 darts. Double
Game
18
shot
that
on
he
the
won the last
fourth
leg on,
leg.
and he
Ryan
wins this one
Murray.
on it as well. And that is, most importantly, a breaker throw for Ryan Murray, who moves himself just one away from joining Neil Duff and Chris Gilliland
Fifth leg
at the
round,
top of the
fifth first.
table on 8
Game on.
points. And them two will take each other on in the next game. So there is real potential here that after lap 1, Ryan Murray could be in the top 2.
55.
He will be if he wins this match because, well, actually, no, cancel that. Depends if Gilliland does
97.
beat Duff, then Ryan Murray wins this leg here on leg difference. He will go into second spot.
100.
I like to call it the bag of ifs. And I've got a feeling that at some point today we're going to be unzipping that bag
100.
and emptying it all over the table, because there's going to be lots of ifs and buts throughout today, because this is going to be a group, I think, that is going to come down to 3 players.
134.
But potentially Chris Wickenden could put himself in that mix as well, because he'll be taking on Shaun Griffiths in fixture number 4.
Yeah, and he won't be seeing anything here that
95.
will particularly frighten him at the prospect of taking on Shaun Griffiths.
do get the feeling that
100.
Shaun Griffiths is going to grow into today, though. Said he just looks a little bit safe at the moment, and maybe that's because he's knows he's in a situation he's going to have to win all 5 and then look for favours.
45.
If Ryan Murray does complete the job here, he's going to be eliminated from the possibility of qualification. Maybe that's when we start to see the best of Shaun Griffiths. This might be the elimination from qualification if Ryan Murray
72. Shaun
pin
Griffiths
tops.
164.
It is
41.
tops for the
Brand
match.
new
And
car, 40.
no real pressure.
Game shot and
Well,
the match.
it wasn't a
Ryan
performance
Murray.
you'd be particularly happy about, but importantly, Ryan Murray is his position now in the table because he has taken second spot from Neil Duff. There's a chance to change all of that in our very next match. Neil Duff takes on Chris Gilliland.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where 8 is great as far as Ryan Murray is concerned. He puts himself in a sandwich between Chris Gilliland and Neil Duff in the league table after he got the better of Shaun Griffiths by 4 legs to 1. Let's have a look then at some of the statistics from that particular matchup. Murray there with that 81.5 average. 4 out of 14 on the doubles was more than enough for him to get over the line in the end against Griffiths, who now needs, well, he needs a lot and then hope for other things to go as well. It's probably the end of his charge as far as progression is concerned. Well, next up for us, it is the all Northern Ireland battle as Chris Gilliland takes on Neil Duff. These two were toe-to-toe as far as the table were concerned overnight, both leading the way on 8 points. One of this one will move on to double digits and they'll move into the outright lead following the conclusion of the first round of fixtures for Friday. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and it's Chris.
Well, this time yesterday, Chris Gilliland took to the stage for the first time in Group C. And he walked off the stage averaging 104.15. He then followed that up with 104.96. So he certainly enjoys this time of day. He's certainly enjoying himself up on the stage at the moment. He's all smiles. And rightly so, coming into this one, top of the table, plus 9 legs on the board. The 40-year-old who played in the BDO World Championship, nicknamed the Ginger Ninja, but he is taking on a guy who has won that very title and is the current holder of that title in Neil Duff, a man who wasn't brilliant all the time, but was brilliant when he needed to be.
Yeah, Neil Duff has the darts in this one. And he was the only player to beat Gilliland yesterday. However, I like the 4-5 about Chris Gilliland, and I go back to exactly what you said. At this time yesterday is when he produced that 104 average and then reproduced that kind of number and some in his very next match. So that tells me early doors, he
First leg is Neil to through first.
feels very, very comfortable by comparison, although it was a win for Neil Duff yesterday, 4-3 against Wickenden. He only averaged 78.
With our new times here at the Super Series on a Thursday and a Friday, it is more suitable to a dart player. I am very keen on branding
42.
as well of players. I'm sort of going straight into this one because I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing here from Chris Gilliland. I like it when things match. And you can see here Chris Gilliland
60.
yesterday used the green flights. Today he's got the orange shirt on, so he's using the orange flights. I like that.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him on Tuesday about it. I said, did you change your... He went, no, I changed the stem colour and the flight colour to
97.
match the shirt. I went, wow.
Well, the other thing that does it just makes the dart look a little bit different in the board, so it can just refresh things, make things feel new
43.
and original. And you know, if you think about when you do presentations or talks, you're told always to change the tone, change your standing position, change the level of the eye. If you're doing it with somebody else, alternate, just to re-engage all the time the people that are watching your presentation.
And that's very much what is a big part behind Peter Wright. He just feels he gets a set of darts down, which he likes, which he encourages him to practice because he enjoys that challenge.
Yeah, I can see why he does it. I've spent a lot of time in Europe the past week,
58.
and I was picking up various darts and throwing them in different shops, and it's quite exciting when you pick up a different set and you're trying to work out how they work, because you'll grip
94.
them slightly
Visual
different
card
places, and trying to work
124.
out the darts is an interesting part, but you tend to find that people get caught up in the trap of changing for performance. And there it is again.
88.
A missed
Visual
start of the
card
ball
104.
leaves a nice handy double.
I actually had that very question about my darts today on Facebook, and my current darts are basically
30.
the
Visual card
standard
36.
Winmore darts out the box, costing 20 odd quid. What works for you?
He's having to move over to Southampton for this one. It's a good effort, that. And the reason he had to do that, you see the angle of the dart as it's laid down and completely blocked up. That double possibility.
54.
Double
Card
12
36.
last night in the Premier League that looked virtually impossible. Well done to Johnny Clayton, picking up his second
Getting shot on the first leg. Gilliland.
Premier League win in successive weeks. Well, a nice 180 in the leg, but quite a long one, considering there was a max in there.
Game on.
19 dart break of throw. Is he about to hit the afterburner?
That's his 7th 180 of the week so far. He is
60.
the only player in this group, however, who has not registered a finish over 100. Neil Duff registering 3 of those yesterday. And again, you've got to say there was all that key
91.
moments. A 1-4-6 to win a match that he never really was involved in. A 1-3-2 finish and that very well timed 110.
60.
You can hear Neil Duff thinks of that. He's not happy with his game at the moment, and quick look at the numbers supports that.
100.
Right now it's Gilliland that looks the most likely.
60. Crucial card 130.
Didn't need to go 20 ball, of course, with Neil way back on 3-2-1.
Yeah, sometimes players will complicate a simple situation. Chris Gilliland not getting involved in that, just
40.
purely thinking eyes on the prize. He's thinking
2-0.
points.
Getting shot on the second leg. Chris Gilliland.
13 darter this time. Consolidates the break with a hold. Averaging 94 and doing so very, very comfortably.
Third leg, Neil to
Just
third
looking at
first.
the table in the background again there, there's... With this Group C, there's a severe lack of spares.
60.
Very unusual. Normally, certainly in the modern day, people wheel their suitcase on stage and open out.
It's almost like a laptop bag some of the times, isn't it?
These two are just like, no, I only need 3
100.
darts. That's all I need. 3 darts. Got me flights, me stems.
And Shaun Griffiths just takes up a spare dart.
55.
A dangerous strategy. You never know. You're going to need some running repairs. Especially when you think about things like a raised hockey as that sort of metal
140.
rim around the outside. You catch that wrong, you can easily break a stem off in the dart, or a point can bend.
28.
We've seen it where the point's been left in the board.
It's actually one of my most common questions, actually. That.
82.
If the dart falls out but the point stays in, does it count because the point's still touching? It doesn't.
Well, no, because it's no longer a dart.
Exactly. And the other argument is people go, well, the point's still touching. Yeah, but the dart's
96.
not connected to the point, so it's not a dart. It's a point. Where, isn't it, the dart needs to consist of minimum 3 parts?
Yeah. Exactly that.
59.
And then a manufacturer decided to chuck us a curveball and do an all-in-one flight and stem system. Is that 1 part or 2? So,
Well, there's still 3 parts to the dart with the point, the barrel, and
car 120.
the stem and flight combination.
well, there's another manufacturer who's got the point as part of the barrel, isn't they? So,
Don't go there, please.
In shot on the third leg, Chris Gilliland.
well, I said Chris Gilliland hasn't yet hit a tumbler's finish.
Right on cue.
And he didn't take long to put that one right.
Fourth leg, Chris to third
Henry would
first.
say he
Game on.
climbed the ladder of the 20s. I think that's quite a good one, actually, that as well. As a wrestling fan myself,
One
you
out
get
of
the
them,
old ladder
40.
matches, and you climb the ladder of the 20s to the tops, and you win it by collecting the belt at the very top of the board.
43.
Frustration here for Neil Duff. We did question yesterday if that WF title may weigh a little bit heavy on him. I think in situations like this, when he's playing the sort of darts he is
85.
now, because he'll know this as well, these aren't the darts you'd expect of somebody who's on that roll of honour. And I think when he gets into these modes, I
83.
think sometimes it's quite hard to get out of it because of the expectation of that, the people that have lifted that title before him.
125.
Totally agree. But Chris Gilliland having no such issues.
80. Chris your car
He's
151.
averaging 99.27. Produced 99.57 in a 4-2 win
131.
over Sedlak yesterday.
Said he hasn't hit a
38.
tumblers finish. He
Chris
nearly won a
Yazar,
match with a
20.
151, following the 120. He doesn't like to be questioned.
$15.
He's not really having many questions to answer here from Neil Duff, because despite missing the 3 darts at the double, he has got plenty of time on his hands. You feel that this is just a bit of an average
100,
boosting
digital
shot
bar
here for Neil
5.
Duff. Gilliland looking to be clear at the top of the table on points.
The average
3.
tumbling
Neil your
down.
car
Had
157.
he hit the 151 out to win the match, he would have finished with an average of around about 101.
83. Chris your car 2.
Most important thing here is the points. And the second most important thing will be the leg advantage
Game
and the
shot
leg
and the
difference,
match,
because
Chris
that
Gilliland.
is 4 legs in the tick box of Chris Gilliland, and he takes 4 off of Neil Duff, putting Ryan Murray and Chris Gilliland currently in those 2 qualifying positions. Chris Wickenden will be hoping to close them in, and he'll be coming up next when he takes on Shaun Griffiths.
Chris Gilliland getting his day off to the perfect start. How much of a blow could that be, though, to Neil Duff and his chances to go through? It's a 4-0 win in the Battle of Northern Ireland to Gilliland. The end average is 91.09, but as Chris Mason rightly alluded to in the commentary there, caveat that average a little bit. Before those missed darts are double to get over the line, he was ticking around the 101 range. For Neil Duff, it's fair to say it's an uncharacteristic performance for a man who's won what he's won over the past year or so. Gilliland getting his first ton top of the week as well in that 4-0 success. Well, one round of fixtures down. So let's see what it does in terms of the league table. And you get the sense that we're going to be going deep in terms of the 2 qualification spots. Gilliland putting himself in a really good position, 10 points, but most importantly, plus 13 when it comes to the legs difference. How many times do we talk about Group C going down to that particular reference point? Murray, Duff, both on 8 points, but that 4-0 defeat there for Duff puts him now on the back burner in terms of that legs difference bracket. Right, let's get into round 2 of our day then, shall we? It sees Shaun Griffiths in action against Chris Wickenden, and in the commentary box, it's Matt and it's Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it really has opened up the top of the table, that. And if Chris Wickenden can get a win here, he would join Murray Duff on 8 points and will be right in the mix in terms of a qualifying place. I think this man's race is run mathematically, of course, still possible, but very, very unlikely. Now 1-3 on the spin, Wickenden, after losing 3 on the spin.
He's been embroiled in some battles as well, which is good to see him come through those. Shows some real good character and quality, especially those games with Sedlak where he's come back from 3-0 down, but then he's held off a revival after being similar in terms of the lead.
Yeah, I like Wickenden here at 5-6. These two are going in opposite directions for me.
See, I'd like Griffiths here at 5-6 on the basis that I think in the first game he was very off and very tense and throwing the darts very loosely. And I think now that the possibility of qualification has gone for him, that I think now we're going to see him play his best. But we've gone against each other in the commentary box and the players have gone off at it straight away on the stage, back-to-back 180s.
54.
Wickenden won this one by the narrowest of margins yesterday.
100.
All 3. In fact, it was Griffiths who had an average of nearly 10 points higher. Still lost 4-3.
Yeah, Switch just snooked himself a little bit there. Forced him to have to get another treble. Chris Wickenden starting this one like he did the last match. In fact, he's starting it better. 3 180s in the opening leg, 2 for Chris Wickenden.
Possible.
100.
11 darter. The 156, I'm sure, was in the highlight reel. Oh dear.
18 scored, leaves him 23. So he's got loads of options here. The safety route would be anything down the bottom. Any of those odd numbers, 7, 19, 3, 17. All will leave him a double. It's the 7 for the double 8.
33. Shaun, you've got 87.
51-36, 17-20 ball. Oh, good
62.
effort. Really good effort.
8.
Grazed the ball wire.
Getting shot on the first leg, Chris Wickenden.
13 dart breaker throw for Chris. 2 180s in the leg, 180 tum, 180. Fluffed his lines at the end. No damage
Second leg, Chris
done.
to throw first. Game on.
And mentioned quite a bit about Chris Wickenden, the amount of darts he plays in terms of Super League, the PDC Challenge
95.
Tour, County, but he's also booked out quite regularly on a lot of the exhibition circuits.
Yeah, you're doing with him one with him soon, aren't you?
Yeah, he's got one coming up on the
100.
19th of May, which is at the Morningside Arena in Leicester, which is the home of the World Grand Prix, and he's going to be sharing that stage with some of the world's biggest names and stars. You've got Michael van Gerwen, Gerwin Price, Matthew Edgar,
30.
Joe Cullen, Balin Sherrick, Darryl Gurney. Some real big talents on that one. So I'll put myself in the middle of that rather than...
48.
Bobby George, Gezi Price. That is some lineup, that.
Not too far away from him there, so he'll be a bit of a local boy, so he'll get some support, being from Nuneaton, playing at the
84.
Morningside in Leicester.
And is that an exhibition where it's like a bit of a knockout type thing?
Yeah, I believe that's how this one will be played.
85.
Cracking lineup, and this is the sort of shoulders that he gets to rub with on a regular basis. Remember being in Derby with him just before Christmas.
Have you played him?
I haven't played him yet, no, but I did make the final of that one, just to point it out. Lost to
7.
Gerwin Price in the final, but
What was the score?
3-1.
Ooh. Oh, only best of 5. That's a
45.
short race.
Yeah, and I reckon, you know, the longer format always suits the better player. So I reckon if we would have gone a bit longer, he'd have probably beat me by a bigger scoreline.
125. 100. Christopher Carr, 160.
What a great experience for a player like Chris Wickenden, who's on the Challenge Tour and...
Yeah, rubbing shoulders with some of the sport's biggest names. And you.
59. Shaun Carr, 123.
I thought I was doing a good enough job of making jokes at myself, but Henry will be joining in next.
Yeah, he likes to pile on, doesn't he?
Well, he missed the bullseye in the last leg. He gets another dart at it, but this one is
77.
nowhere near,
Christopher Carr,
considering the last one
101.
grazed the wire.
Would hurt. Seven for 24. There's the 57.
Game shot on the
There's
second
the
leg. Chris
24.
Wickenden.
A 101. Check out and a 2-0 lead. And that will smart for Shaun Griffiths.
Third leg, Shaun to third first. Game on.
Using his 10 seconds wisely there over by the table, not standing waiting. We see some people just standing at the hockey, just itching to get back to it.
95.
Here comes my bag of ifs. I'm going to undo the zip.
41.
If Chris Wickenden wins this, he goes joint second.
Yep.
From being bottom of the table, could be, with 3 games to
45.
go, in the running.
Yeah, he looked in all sorts of trouble after 3 cycles of games yesterday. So he was at the foot of the table.
60.
Maybe playing all that county and Super League, and it just keeps you really match sharp, doesn't it?
59.
Like we mentioned with those exhibitions, it's not just the being on the stage, it's being in those practice rooms with those people and those characters, and you know, getting to share a board with the likes of Matt Edgar, Michael van Gerwen,
100.
Gerwin Price. The routines, the practice games, the preparation.
60.
So much value can be added to the dart player.
Yeah, you just pick up so many bits of advice. And
100.
one good thing about dart players that you do notice, they are very giving in that department when it comes to pointers.
134.
I tend to find that darts as a sport is more communal. It's more of a community sport, isn't it, rather than a...
Yeah.
100. Shaun, your car, 108.
Important that last dart be if Shaun can't take out the 108. She can. So is it going to be
60.
back-to-back
Chris, your car,
10+
100.
finishes?
Took this out in his opening game against Sedlak. Did that on the double 10. You just saw his eyes light up there when he got that first treble 20 in.
Yeah, he knew, didn't he? 3 out of 4 on the doubles. 101, 100 out.
Fourth way, Chris, to
3-0, averaging nearly
Game on.
90. He will be very happy thus far. Oh, he was in a comfortable winning position against Sedlak in his
45.
opening game, and then had a little bit of a wobble when the winning line arrived.
That would be the only concern I'd have now if you was a backer of Chris Wickenden. Just that ability to cross the line when
97.
it matters the most. He's clearly got the ability. He's clearly got himself into positions where he's been close to getting these big levels of achievement. Hasn't yet got past that line, and how much would qualifying for a Saturday here, getting through a Group C, really start to show that capability for him? Give him that belief that it can be a repetible
46.
thing.
Quick mention here for Cam Crabtree, who's just signed a deal with Mission Darts, friend of the Super Series, of course.
100.
Cam Crabtree, you may remember him on debut here, hitting a 115.62 average.
100.
Couple of flyers there.
That's one thing I
26.
like about Chris Wickenden's game. He doesn't just follow darts. If he has a bad dart, he'll sort of reset, rebuild.
38.
Shaun Griffiths not enjoying his Good Friday. This is not a Good Friday. Chris Wickenden might want to rename it Great Friday.
85. $180.
Perfect
Issue
time
card
for a 180 to
105.
leave himself tops. He can't do anything about this opportunity now for Chris Wickenden, who should be getting a dart. A match dart for 3 tumblers finishes in a row.
73. Shaun, your car, 40.
Oh, we'd love to follow those patterns, and what was going to be one of those occasions.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Shaun Griffiths.
I was going to say, after Chris Wickenden wanting to name it Great Friday, Shaun Griffiths was going to name it Is Friday Over Yet?
Shaun to throw first. Game on.
It's become slightly better Friday now for Shaun Griffiths after getting a leg on the board here and a break of throw. So he can carve himself back into this match.
84.
And we do have those very slight reservations. It's only shown itself the once there with Chris Wickenden struggling to get over the line, but it is the most relevant
59.
one because it's the most recent. And The frustration visible for Shaun Griffiths, who loses another dart to
23.
the floor. It was a treble one, but the disappointing thing for him is the picking it back up again and getting 0 points. But I don't think it's equipment related. I think this is Shaun.
60.
Yeah, I think it's a technique thing. I think sometimes he can just release the dart a little bit too early and
95.
just doesn't have that energy to enter the board with any kind of authority.
$57.
Chris Gilliland back in action in our next one against Vitezslav Sedlak.
45.
That'll be a real opportunity for Gilliland to fall clear at the top.
Chris Gilliland,
100.
at the moment, is priced 8 to 13.
I know. That's massive, isn't it? Absolutely massive. I'd have him. And what we've seen yesterday, what we've seen today is probably a 1 to 7
84.
shot there.
Well, looking at the minus 1.5 handicap, that's 11 to 10. So that's for a
Yeah.
4-0, 1 or 2.
4-2 or better. 11 to 10. Over even money. Fill your boots.
58. Shaun 170.
That was the scoreline that Gilliland produced against
29.
Sedlak yesterday. 4-2, and was Sedlajak's best performance of the day in terms of averages.
$97. Shaun 141.
The angle of entry on that dart as well.
24. Chris 70.
Yep. And again, that's got to be down to technique. One of our directors, Paul Starr, enjoying a
Game shot on the
Bit of
match. Chris Wickenden.
apple juice in a afternoon in the sun. Well, it's been an afternoon in the sun for this man so far. Chris Wickenden makes it 4 on the spin as he moves on to 8 points and into 3rd position. But a real chance for Chris Gilliland to pull clear at the top of the table. He is up next against Sedlak.
Well, Chris did get it done quick, didn't he? Wickenden a 4-1 winner against Shaun Griffiths in our 4th match of the day. Let's see how that stacked up in terms of the statistics. Wickenden really was kind of a score in front in most of the legs, and that's why he was a 4-1 victor. Plus that 4 out of 6 on the checkouts as well. 2-ton plus finishes en route, and he raced into a 3-0 lead. But even in those legs, Shaun found himself in manageable positions in those legs. So it was the right things at the right time, which is the darting phase of 2023, and that was most definitely correct in the case of Chris Wickenden. Well, we are moving into game 5 of our day now. Really are making good progress here on this Good Friday at the Super Series. It sees the man at the top of the table, Chris Gilliland, in action. He beat Neil Duff by 4 legs to 0 in the opening game of his day, which puts him in command of the league table. He finds himself on 10 points. He can find himself 4 points clear at the top of the table if he can get this particular victory against Vitezslav Sedlak, who is at the bottom of the table on 2 points. What is going to happen in this one, I wonder? By the end of this one, we'll be a third of the way through our day's action before we then get Group B underway from 10 o'clock this evening. But to get this one underway and to hand over to the commentary box where we have Matt Edgar and Chris Mason ready and primed for all the action.
Thanks, H. And this one should be a bit of a breeze for Gilliland, looking at what we've seen so far across the session and a bit of this Group C.
We did fancy a bit of value here on the Chris Gilliland punt. This is top versus bottom, plus 13, legs versus minus 10. The way they're going about the business, the averages, Chris Gilliland running about a 96 for his 6 matches so far, where Sedlak is now just clinging on to an 80. There is a difference between these two of about nearly 5 darts. Could be some value here on the handicap play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think
100.
the minus 1.5 for Gilliland, so has to win 4-2 or better. 4-2 or better at 11 to 10 is the most likely scenario here.
100.
If they play to their averages, which is a big enough sample, especially this week,
57.
and most recently, it should be fairly one-sided.
If I had to make a score prediction, I'd be looking around the 4-1 mark, I believe.
51.
Which is around about 6-1.
Wow.
100. 100. 60.
This is where Gilliland will be given opportunities. Those sort of 60s and 50s and 45s, they've just crept in a bit too much for
52.
Sedlak, and that's sort of been the thing that's not gelled together, those big 180s. Where he is actually the joint
60.
top hitter of 180s. Ironically, the two biggest hitters of 180s, Sedlak and Shaun Griffiths, are the two players that are joint bottom of the table with 2 points, both on minus 10 legs.
124. 56. Chris Yukar, 98. 78. Vitezslav 68.
That is a wild one. Going to be a dart at the ball to save the situation.
43.
There's no positivity in any
20.
part of that there from Sedlak.
No, none whatsoever. Wasn't a badly thrown dart at the ball, in fairness, but he's usually pretty good around there. Does come from a
on the first leg.
soft
Chris
tip
Gilliland.
background, but that's a 20 dart breaker throw in leg 1.
We do see a lot of players try and transition from the soft tip into the steel tip.
Second leg, Christy through first.
Although it looks
Game
the
on.
same, it's completely a different game.
Yeah.
And I often compare soft tip and steel tip darts like pool and snooker. It looks like the same game,
Yeah.
but it's so
Yeah,
different.
43.
There's balls in a table and pockets, but it's night and day. And when you watch the real elite soft tip players, because the actual electronic board is basically just a board of loads of
140.
tiny little holes to take the point. They actually changed their throw and setup to get a very flat dart.
You see a lot of them.
He'd be perfect at it with his throw and angle of entry.
Yeah, because they use the
59.
small flights a lot, don't they?
Yeah.
The slims that's on the back of Chris Gilliland at the moment. They also
60.
use a lot of lighter darts, I believe.
I think 21 is the heaviest you can have in soft tip, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not much. Sure,
59.
there'll be some soft tip boffins out there who could help us out at MSS Darts on your social media, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, at the
85.
501 on Twitter. If you chuck that handle in, it'll appear on the screen in front of me.
Yeah, get involved. If you've got any questions or opinions, give us a shout. Yeah, Boris Krutchmar,
44.
he's the man, isn't he? Big Boris. I think he's won, is it 7 world soft tip titles or something?
Yeah, he's got a load of stars on his shirt, hasn't he, which
60.
represent that. And I'm also told Jose de Souza is very good at soft tip. Berry Van Peer apparently is pretty good on the old soft tip. Remember Adrian Gray a few years ago? He was a
55.
PC
Beside the car,
tour card holder
156.
when he moved over to the soft tip, travelled around quite a bit.
60.
I think Leonard Gates initially started in on the electronic board. It's quite a bizarre leg
55.
here from Gilliland.
Beside the car, 96.
18 darts thrown. 4 consecutive troubleless visits.
Chris Gilliland's
56.
face is the picture of what I'm thinking, which is, what is going on here?
Yeah, bizarre, isn't it?
100. Beside the car, 40.
Averaging 67.
Game shot on the second leg. Vitezslav Sedlak.
That's a 67 that increased with that 100 in the last shot as well. He was down around the 64 mark.
Third leg,
Maybe
Vitezslav through first.
He's one of
Game
those
on.
players that don't like being the favourite. It does happen when you, especially when you become a big favourite. I remember playing a game once in the UK Open and
59.
someone told me the price and I was 1-8 in the match and I hated it. I didn't like being 1-8. Prefer being the underdog.
Yeah, it comes with its own pressure, doesn't it?
180.
Well, whatever was wrong, he's righted.
60.
Speaking of right, good to see Peter Wright throwing some good stuff last night in the Premier League.
I think it was one of those things that was always just a
60.
matter of time, though, wasn't it, with Peter Wright? It wasn't a case of if, it was more when does he start playing.
121.
Vitezslav's had plenty of success against
140.
Gilliland this week, especially in Group A. And Gilliland will be
91.
conscious of
Car
not giving
121.
Sedlak too much to enjoy.
I do get the feeling, though, Chris Gilliland Group
65.
A version compared to the
Vitezslav
Chris Gilliland Group C is two
170.
different players.
Yeah, absolutely. Night and day in terms of numbers.
56. Car 56.
Tops for 2-1. And yet
Game shot
another
on the third
break of
leg.
throw.
Chris Gilliland.
That one there, though. Best leg of the match so far at 14 darter.
Fourth leg, Chris through first. Game on.
Nice and friendly, isn't it?
For now, I'm sure it's going to
55.
start hotting up pretty soon as the table starts to really take its shape. Especially now Chris
99.
Wickenden's chucked himself into the mix as well with that run of wins.
It is starting to compress, isn't it, with the top 4?
Ryan Murray takes on Neil Duff in our next game.
100.
That will be the
Huge.
first time we say that's a big game. Ryan Murray is to win that.
Well, it's the biggest game of the session so far, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt.
58.
One of the players will move on to 10. But Ryan Murray kind of has this in his own hands at the moment
100.
because his next games are Neil Duff and then Chris Wickenden. He could do the double really as such because he's stopping them from gaining points while
60.
he's gaining them.
Yes.
And those 2 wins could move him on to 12 points where Neil Duff or Chris could realistically only get to 12 points from that point.
58.
So all lines will be on Ryan Murray for the next sort of hour.
59.
6 darts for Gilliland to get rid of 188 and move within 1.
100. 96. Kasuka 88.
18 and ball. He's got to go for it.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Well,
Chris
this
Gilliland.
time we see the ball land and acknowledged by Vitezslav Sedlak.
The flag Vita to throw first. Game on.
There's that 88 out on the ball, just knocked the stuff in
66.
out of Vitezslav.
That dart, Chris Gilliland, dart 1 is the ideal dart
140.
because
Is
he
he
can
gonna
build.
miss?
Yeah. Just build and come over the top. We tend to find that with players that use these slim flights that they like to sit just under the wire.
96.
Yeah, I would always say to a few players, if they find themselves going low, just try and pick a target just above where, like you say, with a player that has a angle of entry like Gilliland's,
100.
it's the opposite. It's just under, so he can. It's stacking, isn't it?
$140.
There it is again. You'd expect just to find over the top.
100.
See the reaction on his face as well. He was thinking 140.
Yeah.
$121. Crystal car 161.
This would be some way to win it. Just gone out on the ball on 88.
$137. Vitezslav Sedlak 78.
Got himself to that point now where we more expect him to hit than not. That means it's now got to be perfect. He needs a treble. Opportunity of the single has gone, and that's gone as well, and the match could be about to go as
38.
Chris Gilliland
Crystal
wants
car 24.
double 12 for 12 points.
Game
And
shot
in
of
the
the
double
match,
12
Chris Gilliland.
goes, and well, I hope you followed our advice. And the 6-1 shot for 4-1 that Matthew Edgar picked has also landed. What has landed is Chris Gilliland on 12 points and 4 clear now at the top of the table. When we come back, Ryan Murray takes on Neil Duff in one of the most significant ties of the group so far.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
He's eking closer, isn't he, Chris Gilliland, towards qualification. That victory puts him on to 12 points, full clear of the rest of the opposition by getting the better there 4-1 against Vitezslav Sedlak. Let's have a look at the statistics from that one. Gilliland with an 84.38 average, 80% when it came to the outer ring. It's kind of now what we're coming to expect from the Northern Irishman. Now, high checkout there of 88 on the ball as well for Sedlak. That is another defeat for him in this group. Well, we are now going to head into the final game of our second round of fixtures. I was going to see Ryan Murray in action. He takes on Neil Duff. Duff, who lost his opening game to Chris Gilliland by 4 legs to 0. He's looking to respond and respond quickly to keep his hopes of qualification through Group C alive. This is how the table looks and going into this particular encounter. As you can see, 3 players tied on 8 points in the table. The winner of this one will move on to double digits alongside Gilliland in terms of the league standings. So you get the sense this is a pivotal game for both, especially when you consider Gilliland is in action next up against Shaun Griffiths. Well, let's get into this one then. In the company of your commentary team, it's Matt Edgar, Chris Mason.
We have spoke very highly of Neil Duff in regards to not doing the right things all the time, but doing them at the key times. This is a key time for Neil Duff.
Yeah, huge. Absolutely huge game. And he just needs as well just to change the momentum of this man and try and put him on the back foot and trade places. Ryan Murray is sat in second spot. Remember, it's just the top 2 from this group, and it's looking more and more likely that it will be Gilliland going through. John Henderson already through, winning Group A.
First leg is Ryan to throw first.
Can't see Neil Duff reproducing
Game on.
a performance like we saw against Chris Gilliland in his opening match of the day. I'm expecting a bit of a response. They do go Ryan Murray 4-7 favourite, 5-4 Neil Duff.
Do make Ryan Murray favourite in the game, but I don't make him that strong. I would have just gone fractional favourite.
Yeah, just marginal by virtue of having throw and on the back of the performance in their opening games. Well, the one thing we've learnt from Neil Duff is he does have that bounce back ability.
He doesn't know when he's beat, does he? That's the thing with Neil Duff.
140.
Ryan Murray was the guy that I said if there's going to be someone to upset the party, I think it would be Muzz Lightyear.
Well, in his opening game, Neil Duff didn't hit a single 140. In fact, he didn't hit a ton. He's now opened this leg with 3 140s.
43.
Of that bounce back ability.
81.
No 2 games are the same. No 2 days are the same. You can't assume because one went bad, the next one will go bad. The same way
41.
we never assume because one went good, the next one will go good. He's himself tops after 12.
60. Neil Yukar 40.
Tops after 12 for a break.
Getting shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Did have a minimum 6 starts at that break. Only needed the 1.
Stunning leg. 15-dart breaker throw.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on. $60.
Ryan Murray in these short format games,
60.
you've got to start strong. He isn't finding his range early on in this one. Those odds have completely
98.
flip-flopped now, with Neil Duff becoming your 4-7 favourite. Will be because of two things: the slow start for Ryan Murray and the
85.
extremely strong start here from Neil Duff.
$59.
Mentioned Neil Duff struggled to find those
41.
ton-plus shots in his opening game when he took on Chris Gilliland. Lost that 4 legs to nil. Ryan Murray is
121.
returning the favour right now, unable to land a blow in the ton-plus column.
$60.
Well, those three weren't particularly badly thrown. Technically, it looked okay, but just not finding the target. This man, no such trouble.
123.
Now hit 5 scores of a ton or more in a leg and a bit.
85. Neil your car, 40. Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
Come on, he said after the first dart dropped low, and I'm guessing it'll be get in. After the second dart goes in the double 10, he's averaging 100.
Third leg round to
Complete
first.
contrast to
Game
the
on.
game he played against Gilliland, where he only had a dart at a double and just scrapes inside the 70
55.
averages with a 70. Don't win titles unless you've got that ability just to write off
100.
the negative. There are 5 games to be played, and you can't have one dictate the whole course of the day.
Absolutely not.
85.
He's finding this treble 20 with frightening regularity.
180.
He's playing with a bit more pace and purpose as well.
A bit more zip.
140.
Oh, I know it's early, but we're 2.5 legs deep, and he's averaging 107.
135.
You get the opportunity to play with that pace and purpose when it's just
57.
all feeling
Neil
so
Duff,
easy. He's
86.
averaging 109 against the 67 of Ryan Murray. In for another 12-dart
54.
leg.
Ran your car, 164.
He will be back at 32 for 3 zip.
100. Neil your car, 32.
And the double break of throw.
$24. Ran your car,
So
64.
out of absolutely nowhere, Ryan Murray has an opportunity to give a leg on the board.
This will hurt Neil Duff.
56. Neil your car, 8.
When you start to think it's just not your day.
Yeah, he's
Game
dodged
shot on
one
the
there,
third
Neil
leg.
Duff.
Neil
He
Duff.
provided too much of an opportunity there. Ryan Murray almost pinching his pocket, but Neil Duff might be about to get those legs back. He lost his opening game 4-0. He could be about to
Fourth leg,
win a
Neil to
game
third
4-0
first. Game on.
and square it all off.
Yeah, he was on +4, wasn't he, in terms of leg difference, and that was eradicated
100.
in that 4-0 drubbing by Chris Gilliland.
$60.
Just hanging in there.
would put Neil Duff
26.
back into a qualifying position.
$139. 100.
Very, very impressive final dart, just dinking it over the opening 2 darts that look like absolute blockers.
98.
Careful here. Oh, hasn't got to worry now.
180.
He finds a second full house on the lipstick.
120. Neil the car 95.
May go ball. That leaves 70. And that leaves the ball, and he's got a great guide. Although he doesn't like it. Look good from our angle.
56. Run your car 84.
212s for 3-1.
72. Neil your car 39.
Double 16.
7. Run your car 12.
Oh, I'm pretty sure when that come out of his hand, he thought that's in. But double 6 for Murray.
Nine. Neil your car 32.
Neil Duff gets another opportunity.
Game shot in the match. Neil Duff.
A reverse of fortunes for Neil Duff, who lost his opening game 4-0. Turns that round with a 4-0 win against Ryan Murray in game 2. And Neil Duff goes from 4th to 2nd. He is now on 10 points. When we come back, Chris Gilliland's back in action against Shaun Griffiths.
Well, welcome back to the Super Series, where we have concluded the second round of fixtures for a Friday afternoon session. Matthew Edgar, primetime himself, is up here on the balcony to assess what we've just seen. But what we will begin by assessing is having a look at Neil Duff's day. 4-0 defeat to Chris Gilliland to kick things off, but then follows it up with a 4-0 victory against Ryan Murray and a much improved performance as well.
It's not what happens to us, it's how we react to it, isn't it? And that's what Neil Duff's done in that one. He lost his first game 4-0. We then started to look at other possibilities. We saw Ryan Murray come through as a challenger. We're seeing Chris Wickenden come through as a challenger. But that result there for Neil Duff gets him his legs back on the board as well that he lost in that opening game, gets him the points that he needs as well, and puts him back into one of those positions and really resists the challenge, because we did look at the upcoming fixtures and Ryan Murray was in a situation there where he's taking on Neil Duff and Chris Wickenden, the two people that are coming up as challengers for these top two positions, and he was in a position there where he could really have stamped some authority on this group and put himself into a great position, and the performance just wasn't there.
And as far as Neil Duff is concerned, after that first defeat to Chris Gilliland, if he then lost again, it could have so easily unravelled. So how much does that say about the character of a man who we know well? It was this time last year he picked up that lakeside title.
You don't win those sort of titles unless you've got that in the locker, because even to get into those events, you've got to go round, travelling through Europe, going to these events with 400-500 players, sometimes even more. Look at things like the Dutch Open, where we've got 4,000-5,000 entries. So to get through those tournaments, to qualify into that position anyway, to even be in the event, and then to go through and win that, we know he's got an element of quality about him. So it doesn't surprise me that he's able to bounce back from a defeat like he had in the opening match.
What about that man behind us, Chris Gilliland, in action up next against Shaun Griffiths? How close is he now?
He's nearly there. I think he's one more win away. We're getting into our last 3 laps of fixtures now, so if he wins this, moves on to 14 points. That's normally enough. That's my base mark, the 14 points. I say if you get there, you're going to be unlucky not to be in. I think in a group like this, where we've got a lot of people beating each other, you should be safe.
That is the expert darting opinion of Matthew Edgar there. We won't talk about the cuisine, shall we? No, we won't.
We'll leave that.
We'll leave that there. Right, let's get into our 7th game of the day. Matt is going to make his way down to the commentary box to talk to Chris Mayton about all the action.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Matt. Yep, up next is the table-topping Chris Gilliland against a player down at the other end of the table, Shaun Griffiths, who is on 2 points, along with Sedlak. A real opportunity, Gilliland, as Matt said, to almost put himself pretty much safe. 14 points tends to be the magic number here in Group C. And he's just 2 points away from reaching that magic number.
Missed opportunity there for Ryan Murray, wasn't it? He's battled himself into a really good position. He had the fixtures, so it was all in his own hands. And
Do you think that was added pressure, or do you think it was just down to the great performance from Neil Duff?
I think it's a bit of everything, because would that performance of Neil Duff been as strong if he had a bit of resistance back as well? So I think it's a lot of ingredients that mixed up that cake.
Ooh, cake. I love cake.
It's one of the things.
Have you seen that
59.
cake shop across the road, mate?
I have, yeah. It's one of the things I wish I had allergies to.
60.
It's a good road here that the MODUS Super Series is on. You can get all types of cuisine down the road, and good place to spend a Saturday night.
85.
Sure is. Why don't you join us on Saturday night here at the MODUS Live Lounge? Reserve your ticket at dartshop.tv.
59.
Doors open at 6:30. It's a little Italian up the road on the left, so bit of pre-darts food maybe.
All sorts of good local cuisine down the road.
81.
Sure, you're a big fan of the 2 well-known cheap supermarkets. Or they cheap sounds a bit bad. Budget.
95.
Be in there after this session. Nice little
180.
watering hole next door if you're coming down on a Saturday and you fancy a beveragino before coming into the event.
Yeah, it's not a bad little boozer, that.
70. Crucial
All
card
the
96.
ingredients here for a great Saturday night.
Super Saturday. And as Henry says, a darty party in Pompey.
56.
It's more of the same, unfortunately, here for Shaun Griffiths. Just nothing working
41.
for him so
Crucial
far
card
today.
40.
Yeah, and he almost looks resigned to his fate.
Game shot on the first leg. Chris Gilliland.
I think resigned is definitely the approach that you see from Shaun Griffiths here. It's almost just like he's waiting for his fixtures to be fulfilled so he can
Second leg Shaun to do first.
head off to
Game
try
on.
the local cuisine. The throw's just not been there for him today. You feel like you'd like him to
100.
have a big game somewhere just to take some positivity away, because we have seen before when players come into this environment and they play these fixtures that sort of lags and it carries on into other events.
45.
And Shaun was Quite a nice little rebuild process the last time I saw him. He was made some good darts.
60. $40. 100. $45.
Another sort of slow start here from Chris Gilliland. We saw this in his last game as well before he found the accelerator in the back half of the game.
101.
Yeah, he's in a awkward position really. He knows he's just sort of one game away, and almost like he's
60.
trying to resist
Show your
getting
car 140.
involved with all of that. He's just trying to stay switched on.
60.
After 12 darts, it's on 311. This isn't the Chris Gilliland we've seen so far. And is this a Chris Gilliland that maybe has seen the
100. Show your
finishing
car
line?
80.
Good point. There is that danger.
He'll certainly have the finishing line well and truly in his sights here. He has a 4-point buffer on Ryan Murray and Chris Wickenden, who are the
40.
closest pursuers.
Nine of those that have left tops,
133.
just in
Show your
case.
car 40. Game shot on the second leg. Shaun Griffiths.
Even in positivity, he's got that element of resignation to
Third
the
leg
task.
to
He
third
can't
first.
qualify.
Game on.
And it does make it interesting to see what it's going to be like when Shaun Griffiths takes on Sedlak, because they're two players that have been very negative in their
140.
sort of body language and demeanour today.
Yeah. That's something that certainly Sedlak will need to work on.
60. $140.
You got many more exhibitions coming up soon, pal. I've seen your name on a few of the online posters. You're keeping busy.
Yeah, got quite a few coming up.
60.
I'll be on that one with Chris Wickenden in a few weeks. I've got one the night before actually as well, which is a presentation night / exhibition. That'll be a
Yeah, I've just had an inquiry
good
for one of
fun.
those, but I've got literally no
121.
availability this year, which is a wonderful problem to have.
$60.
I'll actually put you on
Chris your car 100.
to this one I've just had an inquiry for.
If you've got no dates left, then you'll have to put your price up.
Game shot on the third leg. Chris Gilliland.
Chris Mason's just gone quiet while he contacts
Ball
all his
like Shaun
bookings to
deserves
tell them he's
first.
going to be
Game on.
charging them more from now on.
Lovely 12 darter there from Gilliland, just showing us what he has in the locker. 140, 140, 121
60.
out. At 121 and out on a ton. Very, very nice leg.
$140. $100.
Ironically, it was a slow start in his match against Vitezslav, and then very much like this. He
100.
just slips into top gear.
Another one.
Yeah, I think that was a case of it was just thrown
80.
identically to the previous dart, and there was just no room for the point. Seemed to clatter off the dart, didn't it?
But we've been around darts most of our life. We will know that even something that isn't the issue he's been facing, he'll still class it as the same thing.
Yep.
It's a bounce out, it's a problem, regardless of the fact that it's how it happened. The other thing is, every one of those bounce outs would have bounced out the treble 20.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they never have a 20 or a 5 or a 1.
121.
So I'm a big fan of this start on the
65.
ball on 1-2-1 when you're well in front. Not particularly a fan of it when your opponent wants a comfortable 2 or 3 dart finish.
29. Krishukar 56.
I think the easiest way to describe Shaun Griffiths is he's just not enjoying himself. He's really going through the ringer today.
16.
As the saying goes, enjoy your job, never work a day in your life.
I feel like I could make a joke in there somewhere about that.
$44. Krishukar 40.
Put himself a leg away
Game
from
shot
what
on the
I
fourth way.
believe
Chris
will be
Gilliland.
qualification.
Agreed. That's well, we both share the same idea. 14 points is, well, you'd be very, very unlucky not to
Fifth leg, Christopher
not to
first.
somehow,
Game on.
especially when we look at the table now and the points available.
And the legs, of course, as well, because that's like a bonus point, goal difference.
Yeah, and he's on.
100.
Well, I always say when I see a player with more leg difference than points, they're certainly moving in the right direction. And we've seen Barry Van Peer, didn't we?
60.
Smash the previous leg difference record.
Well, he's currently on plus 16, and he's 3-1 up in this. If he is to convert this holder throw, which by
100.
the reading of this game you would say is the most likely outcome,
Yep.
he will go to plus 19 legs, which means even if he loses his last 2 matches 4-0, he's going to end on plus 11.
85.
I think the next game will be quite interesting with Ryan Murray and Chris Wickenden. That's like a who's still in it derby.
Yeah, that's as close as we get to knockout darts in these round robin stages.
$120.
And again, you can see by the way the dart's just clattering, it's just not entering that area clean enough, and the dart's not getting straight quick enough.
He's lost about 7 darts so far today, all out of the treble 20, of course. As we mentioned earlier, dart players will
57.
always it's come out the best scenario, but that is not far off of what is potentially a leg of darts, worth of darts on the floor. And with that,
100.
just builds frustration.
110.
You feel like it's not my day today. Could be Chris Gilliland's day.
54. Shonukar 136.
It'll be 56 for Gilliland for the match.
82.
With 14
Krishukar,
points for a
56.
plus 19 leg difference. And another average in excess of 90.
Game shot on the match.
Absolutely
Chris Gilliland.
clinical on the doubles in that one. 4 from 7, 57%. High finish of a ton. And as Matt just mentioned, an end average of 91 for 140s. Well, another big game in terms of table position coming up next as Chris Wickenden takes on Ryan Murray.
Edging closer, isn't he, Chris Gilliland, towards tomorrow night's final, the Northern Irish ace of another ace performance, a 4-1 success there against Shaun Griffiths. Let's have a look and see how that one went statistically speaking. It was another average above the 90 mark as far as Chris Gilliland is concerned. That's kind of been the par for the course for him on this Thursday and Friday at the Super Series, and he may be ever so closer towards that final round tomorrow. He may well make the cut. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring as well. As for Shaun Griffiths, when he did have the opportunity to putt, he took it 100% on the outer ring. So we move into our middle game of the session now. It sees Chris Wickenden in action. He takes on Ryan Murray. As far as the group is concerned, victory is of imperative importance for the pair. And watching this one in the coverage box, here's Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
You, Henry. As already mentioned by Matt, this is a biggie. I think for me, the loser of this one is pretty much out the equation.
Yeah, the loser of this will stay on 8 points, where Neil Duff and the winner will both be on 10. Chris Gilliland pretty much got one of those positions wrapped up already. 14 points should be a job done for him, and you've got to say it's been well deserved for Chris Gilliland. He has been the star performer of this group. Even today, when his levels have dropped slightly, he still had 2 averages in 91.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just managed to retain a high enough level and find an extra gear when he's really needed it. A little bit of a delay in start of proceedings here. Must be all the exhibitions he's going to. He's keeping them waiting.
Maybe he's waiting for his walk-on.
Yeah, maybe he wants his music.
One of the things about these exhibitions, like the one Chris will be on in a couple of weeks' time, is it is very much like what you see on the TV.
Yep.
You get the big screens, the big stage, the big walk-ons.
If you've not been to one, get yourself along. They're a very friendly affair and a very enjoyable night out. Get to meet the players.
First leg is Chris to throw first.
Get up close and
Game on.
get a real feel for the action.
I think that's one of the real special things about darts as well. But you get these opportunities to meet your favourite players and get your autographs
41.
and
Selfies.
everyone is very interactive.
There's actually a great video on your
180.
YouTube page of where you document an exhibition that you're in, didn't you? It's fascinating behind the scenes looks.
Yeah, I've done a few of those where we've had a look through the exhibitions, and I'll
45.
be taking the cameras along to the ones that I'll be doing over the next couple of weeks as well.
$46.
He's playing with
125.
Good focus and determination at the moment is Pugs. Didn't get to the bottom of that nickname, so if you are watching along, you're a friend,
123.
family, or you even just understand the nickname of Pugs, please do give us a bit of context for where that comes from. The nickname of Chris Wickenden.
59. Run your car 152.
I know they're a little dog, aren't they? A pug.
120.
Good effort there from Ryan Murray.
Unlike the spotter.
80. Run your car 32.
Yeah. Just about missed the double 16, but gets another go here. Break a throw on offer.
Game shot of the
Takes it.
first leg. Ryan Murray.
14 darter. 180 in the leg. He will be desperately disappointed with his performance last time out.
Second leg round to throw first.
Although it
Game
was
on.
a great performance from Neil Duff, has to be said.
I agree. It'd been
48.
frustrated that he offered no resistance, and even then, we don't know how important legs are going to be. Neil Duff was sort of a little bit out of the running with the leg difference after he got beaten 4-0.
96.
Then he got them straight back on, and then he's past the problem. He took the problem which he caused himself and fixed that whilst passing the problem over to Ryan Murray.
98. $44. 92.
I don't think there's any confusion with the nickname of Ryan Murray. We know where that comes from. Play on a
100.
famous cartoon movie. To infinity and beyond.
99.
That's where Chris Gilliland is right now.
$125. Round your car 164.
I think regardless of how this ends for Chris Wickenden, I think he's certainly acquitted himself quite well and shown quite a lot of good
128.
qualities.
Round your car
Yeah, for
136.
sure. I wasn't quite sure what to expect. It's always comes with a bit of a risk, but yeah, he certainly hasn't looked uncomfortable up there.
100. Round your
And he
car
will
36.
only become a better player from the experience.
Game shot on the second leg. Ryan Murray.
Murray after 2 legs, using just 30 darts to get those 2 legs, averaging 100.2.
Third leg Chris to throw first. Game on.
50% on the doubles, 2 from 4.
$23.
John Henderson sat waiting in the wings for tomorrow night. He is your first fully confirmed player by winning Group A. You'll be able to come and check out Big Hendo playing
100.
tomorrow
Yes.
night. And watch Sporty Stuff TV, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, or if you
58.
take a look in the background there, those tables, you could be sat at one of those.
There isn't a bad seat to be had.
60.
Or you can even go upstairs onto the balconies. For a real unique look down at the action.
60.
I think this is a good week to come down if you're do you like your close, competitive
36.
sort of any one of them could win solutions? Because when we look at the groups, they've all been tight and well contested,
Yep.
and that's only going to lead us to a Saturday where we're going to have two
140.
tight contested groups.
The 6 finalists on Saturday night will be split into 2 groups of 3. Play each other once in
98.
each group, and the top 2 from each group make up our semi-finals. And the winners, of course, meet in the final, taking away £5,000 first prize and a place in Champions Week.
41.
Is the first week of May, Champions Week. The winner of that takes away £20,000,
57.
not to be sniffed at. Series winners so far: Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith. Got 2 of the 12 for our
135.
Super
Round your car,
Champions Week.
150. $54. Chris your car, 44.
Get a foothold in this game. Be double 16. Doubles was no problem for him in his last match.
Game shot in the
He was
third
picking
leg.
off the
Chris
tumblest
Wickenden.
checkouts in that match. He was 4 from 6. He really does enjoy that bottom corner of the board.
4th leg round through first. Game on.
He plays with a level of intensity, and
120.
certainly you can tell he loves the battle. Actually unbeaten in Super League this past season, isn't he? I think you found the stat
95.
yesterday.
He is, and I believe there's a couple of games still to go. The Warwickshire Super League traditionally plays on a Thursday evening, so he would have missed Super League last night.
125.
He's in a team of players that have got unbeaten runs. It's obviously not the place to be going for one of those away days on a Thursday
100.
when you're travelling 45 minutes or an hour and you go into a room full of unbeaten players.
45.
Only lost the one game on the county stage, so he's making good strides. And what he's doing here, just
45.
further adding weight to the name of Chris Wickenden.
Yeah, absolutely. Adding weight to the reputation.
And that'll all help. When he
60.
goes back on the challenge tour and all of a sudden people are a little bit more aware of your name and they don't want to be getting you in the early rounds.
And for your own game as well,
60.
where
Round your
normally you
car,
would probably feel the
151.
pressure after playing down here, it will feel fairly comfortable and maybe not so alien.
Essentially, he'll have a goal, won't he, of where he wants to be, and being here amongst the players of
119.
where he wants to be will make it a lot easier. I look at a player, Ian White, who played for so many years, and the goal was always to get to those TV stages. When he got into the Grand Slam of Darts for the first time, we then saw him on TV for about 10 years in every
Radio
single
car,
event.
32.
Because once he had that and he broke that sort of seal of where he
Game
wanted
shot
to
on the
be,
fourth leg. Ryan Murray.
Yeah, and I think it gives you pure confidence, and it's not confidence based on what you've done in practice or in local
Flag
league.
Christopher through first. Game on.
You've broke through at the highest level, and it lets you know that you belong.
and sometimes it's just good to confirm what you
100.
knew all along. To have that validation.
Validation, that's a great word.
$60.
Spoke very highly of Neil Duff bouncing back from his 4-0 defeat to come back and beat
45.
Ryan Murray 4-0. Got to kind of do the same now for Ryan Murray and give him that same sort of credit, because he lost 4-0 and really damaged his hopes of qualifying when losing to Neil Duff. And
100.
he's now responding in a way that's going to damage the hopes of another player in the running here in Chris Wickenden if he can get the job done.
Well, and of course, a win here for Ryan piles the pressure on Neil again to pick up a win.
26.
And he faces Vitezslav Sedlak in our next game.
He will be the 4-7 favourite for that game against Sedlak, which I
140.
think is quite a nice price. Despite the fact it's short, I think it's right to be short.
It's certainly a case for it to be a lot shorter.
77. $96.
Been a solid display here from Murray, averaging 91. 60% on the doubles, 3 from 5.
60. Run your car 105.
Picks double 16.
89.
He's a long way away from that one, but Chris Wickenden is a long way away from getting a dart himself. So Ryan Murray can just consider that job done in terms of the setup shot. He can return back, looking at double 8
100. Run your
to
car
get himself
16.
back into second position.
Game shot on the match, Ryan Murray.
And that win for Ryan Murray, 4 legs to 1, gives him a +3, which does leapfrog him back above Neil Duff in the table. A table that is going to take some moving. Chris Gilliland still top in that position, but Neil Duff wants to join him in those qualifying positions and get his position back off Ryan Murray. He is next against Sedlak.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen victory for Ryan Murray, which keeps his chances of top 2 qualification very much alive and in his own hands. Let's have a look at the stats then from that particular encounter. An 89.22 average, enough to get Murray over the line in the end. 4 out of 8 in terms of the doubling. Both players 50% there in the end. So Murray on 10 points, but that's the same total as Neil Duff, and he's in action in our next match. Victory for him will put him on 12 points as far as this particular group is concerned. He takes on the Czech Vitezslav Sedlak in our middle match of the session, and to talk us through it, here's Chris, here's Matt.
These games, so at the completion of this one, everybody will have 2 to play, so 4 points up for grabs. Gilliland on 14 points. Murray and Duff on
First leg is
10.
Neil to throw first.
Wickenden on 8.
Game on.
And Griffiths and Sedlak both on 2 points.
Sedlak's running average, though, for this Group C has now come below the 80 mark
100.
on the back of the 74 and the 77 we've seen from him so far today. He is joint bottom of the table with Griffiths.
100.
You just feel like those two at the bottom of the table, Shaun Griffiths and Sedlak, will be more looking forward to the day ending
26.
than they are enjoying the actual playing of the darts at the moment. But they can upset the party. They can ruin this for the people that have been up at the top and put them in this position.
55.
Because that's the other way of looking at these sort of things. When you're in these positions and people have put you there and they put you to the bottom of the table and ruined your experience,
81.
you could bite back and ruin theirs.
Yeah, you can become the spoiler. I think that's something that Wickenden may embrace.
41.
I think he's fiercely competitive, and it gives you the opportunity to almost free roll and play with freedom.
He can still
138.
make 12 points, and he does still have a game with Neil Duff to come. So it could be a
98.
situation
Neil
that comes
Duff,
down to legs between those
156.
two, but that would then be discounting Ryan Murray, who is well and truly in the mix. Ryan
81.
Murray's last fixtures, Chris Gilliland, his final one. He's also got Sedlak to play, so Sedlak could have such a big say in who our second player
57.
is.
Neil Duff, 75. $39. Vitezslav Sedlak, 150.
Yeah, but with Murray having to play Gilliland, that may be the pivotal game for him.
70.
Going for 3
Neil
balls there,
Duff, 36.
trying the Whitlock.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Got himself back into that leg well. Wasn't the prettiest of starts, but it's a 20 dart hold. And that's what it's all
Second leg,
about. for Neil
Vitezslav through
Duff.
first. Game on.
It's not how you win, it's just about winning.
140.
Certainly hitting a few more of those today, isn't he, Matt?
Yeah, that's his 8th 180 of his Group C campaign. The two players
100.
that have the most 180s in this group are the two players at the bottom of the group. Sedlak and Griffiths, 11 apiece, 22 180s between them.
180.
But that could be one of the most important 180s, because that 180 from Neil Duff has just opened up a 9-dart possibility.
140.
We have
Neil
not
Duff,
seen
141.
A 9-darter in this venue by anyone not named Conor Heenahan.
Trend will continue for now.
45. Vitezslav Sedlak, 121.
It's not been a bad leg, and nice moment there by Sedlak, acknowledging the attempt at the 9.
42. Neil Duff, 96. 56. Vitezslav Sedlak, 79.
Trouble 19.11.
Game shot on the
Very,
second
very
leg. Vitezslav
clinical.
Sedlak.
How often do we see that, Matt? Someone on a 9 and lose the leg?
It's like that moment that the 9-darter
So like Neil
leaves
Duff
as a
first,
possibility,
game
that
on.
it's more disappointment rather than the positive. He's on it again.
180.
You just knew the way that dart went and how it sat in the board. That was just so inviting for some more.
Well, it's 3 out of 3 in 180s in the
40.
scoring phase of this little spell in the match. call being in the zone.
140.
Moves him to 10
60.
180s. Starting to close down. Sedlak and Griffiths. What a response.
Trouble 13 or trouble 17?
127.
It was close, wasn't it? Close to the 161 to leave double 10 after 9.
60. Neil your car 54.
28 leaves 26.
Saw him go for a double-double earlier on the 18s. This wasn't a double-double combination he was planning.
46.
He's got plenty of time on his hands due to that big power score in this leg alone. 180, 140, 127.
74.
Left.
Neil your car 8.
Sedlak stranded.
Yeah, may have been a bit of adrenaline in that big 14.
Game shot
Drifting
on the
into
third
the
leg.
double,
Neil
but
Duff.
a 14-dart hold from Sedlak in leg 2 is matched by Duff in leg 3.
4-5 feet got it through first. Game on. $45. $100. $121.
In the context of this game,
100.
does mean a lot more for one player than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Sedlak's race is run, but
42.
see, he's still. It's a
61.
fourth 180
Neil
in the
car
match. Rooney in
121.
fourth leg. 90 remaining.
49.
It is one of the most popular markets, I'm told, the over and under 180s. For those that play over, you'll be a big fan of Neil Duff right now because he is firing them in.
67.
Done it all on his own.
72.
There's still time to add some more to that.
$54.
Should be on the 19s here. 7 of them leave 32.
$45. Neil Lucar 18.
Straight for it. No splitting or shenanigans from Neil Duff.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Neil Duff.
Great last start, wasn't it?
Yeah, you had to come around that a little bit. We said you can't bend the dart like you can a football, but I think that would be the
This
closest
leg nailed it through first.
version
Game
to
on.
the old bend it like Beckham.
81.
Solid performance from Duff, just shy of a 92 average here. That is more than enough to
100.
get him the points and the legs on the board.
I know he's still got work to do here.
42.
That 4 to 7, certainly. Those felt that that should be a lot shorter,
41.
proving to be the case.
$83.
He's one of these players that like to call out their name when something doesn't go well. You'd hear the "Oh, Neil." That's in the same camp as Adrian
57.
Lewis, Michael Smith, who will call their name out on a negative shot. Wonder if that goes back to a bit of childhood. I know if I was called Matthew that I've done
60.
something wrong.
Yeah, it's always Roberts, isn't it, with Thornton.
59.
across, always his body.
55.
No doubt his mum used to say when he was in a spot of bother. Don't repeat what my mum used to call
60.
me.
Guessing it's the same thing most of us do.
140.
Yeah, mine just used to have little in front of it.
82. Neil the
Well,
car,
this
40.
is more than a little moment here for Neil Duff to put himself into second position
35.
as a standalone. He's in there at the
got
moment,
a
but it's a
car,
joint position with
102.
Ryan Murray if you're looking at just points.
Double 12.
78. Neil the car, 5.
It's the one. Can he find the double 2?
3.
He knew the importance of that as well. You saw the deep inhale of breath, the step back. Come up for the double 2. Sedlak has found hitting the doubles tricky ever since the end of yesterday's game. When he missed all those match darts against Chris Wickenden. He's just never really recovered from that. One thing that we can really credit Neil Duff for is that recovery.
6 leg, we got it through first. Game on.
But how important will that be? Every single leg is going to matter at this stage. I'm sure the players will be
85.
look at that monitor, which does have the league table on, and be happy to see Neil Duff not picking up a 4-1 success.
100.
That's the battle of the Chris's up next. Messrs. Wickenden
85.
and Gilliland. Yesterday, it was Gilliland's
100.
best performance. He was an 8 to 15 shot yesterday, and he averaged 104.96 in a 4-1 win. He's actually
60.
only 4 to 7 today to defeat Wickenden, and very much like this one. I think both those prices are very generous.
121.
We have got a clear divide really in this group now in terms of the table and how the
79.
table has weighed heavy and affected the performances of the players at the bottom end of it. Neil Duff will get more opportunities in this one.
100.
He throws himself into the board. Really wants to cross that line and do it at the soonest possibility.
Well, the only reason this one is still going is
80.
because of missed darts
Neil
and doubles,
Yoka, 80.
including match darts, and he should get at least one more here to eventually fall over the line. 25 and ball. There's the 25.
55.
There's a 25 again.
Vitezslav Sedlak, 112.
There's a little bit more frustration for Neil Duff. Get the feeling that he understands the weight of the leg difference. But he's also very aware of the threat that keeping a player active in the
80.
game can pose.
Neil Yoka, 25.
Yeah, it just feels like he's just trying too hard to put him away. Change of tact. That's surely a great guide.
13. Vitezslav Sedlak, 32.
For a level game. Something you wouldn't have predicted. Something you wouldn't have been guided in the direction of the stats. Neil Duff just shook his head and walked off. He expects this last start to go in.
No score. Neil
So
Yoka,
often,
12.
that last start in hand just comes and hurts you.
Game shot and the
Was
match
the
sealed out.
smiling Matt just to try and take a bit of pressure off of the situation. Ultimately it worked, and Neil Duff played a lot better than his average suggest. Ended up with an 82-33 in the end, but he hit 4 180s, 2 140s and 9 scores of between a ton and 139. Up next, Chris Wickenden takes on table-topping Chris Gilliland.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
So that is how you can join us each and every Saturday evening here at the MODUS Super Series. And as I say, you can get it via this QR code, which is available online. There we go. This is the QR code you need to scan to just get it on there on your smartphone or device, wherever you're tuning in to us. Heads you straight over to dartshop.tv, and the information down there below as to how you can join us every single Saturday night for a unique and intimate darting experience. Well, for Neil Duff, the experience in that last game was one of success as he got the better of Vitezslav Sedlak by 4 legs to 2. This is the statistics from that particular matchup. It's 4 out of 21 on the doubles as far as Neil Duff is concerned. For Sedlak, 70 average, 2 out of 9 when it came to the outer ring. So in terms of the league standings, we're now 3 rounds for our day down. And as far as Neil Duff is concerned, he now puts himself in a really promising position in terms of qualification spaces. 12 points to his name, Chris Gilliland on 14. And it is Gilliland who we are going to see up next against Chris Wickenden. Victory for Gilliland, and we definitely know he is going to be into tomorrow night finals. So it's the battle of the Chris's, and we have a Chris in the commentary box. It's Mason alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Well, I don't understand why we don't have our little QR code down in the corner of the screen somewhere. We've had our graphic with our Twitter and our everything else. But yeah, it's technology is amazing, isn't it? Scanning a QR code, not something I'm into, mate.
You've only text messaging, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
I was just explaining it to Chris earlier that if you tap the number 2 3 times, you get the letter C. But this one has importance for Chris Wickenden, a 34-year-old from Nuneaton, because a defeat here will mean he has no chance of qualifying. It will completely eliminate him. The chance is slim.
First leg, Chris
He'd rather
Wickenden
have
to
some
serve
chance
first.
than none.
Game on.
He can't catch Chris Gilliland, but he can catch Neil Duff, and it will be in his hands. He will be playing Neil Duff in Neil Duff's last fixture.
125.
Well, Chris Gilliland produced his
121.
best performance of the week against this man yesterday. 104.96.
41.
Don't forget, if you want to have the opportunity to play here at the Super Series, we have very simple qualification criteria available.
97.
via the ADC. Look that up on your social medias, and all the details will be there. Playing in the Vault
85.
series, isn't it?
There's the Vault series. I believe also they give invitation places out to those high in the rankings as well. We've seen players from different regions that are high in the rankings.
97.
Even the overall national rankings as well. It's one of the good things about the ADC. That there's
I think it's the perfect collaboration, isn't it? There's a route
140.
for getting yourself on the TV.
We spoke about this yesterday, and we said about pathways, and the most important thing for a player is to know the end destination and also
100.
see what road they need to go down to get there.
110.
One thing I always manage to do is every time I get in my car and I know where I'm going, I always end up getting there. Whether my car breaks down or whether the road's blocked, whatever it is, I'll always find the way to the destination I set off to be at.
92.
And
Christian Car 86.
that's what this pathway does. It allows you to go, that's my destination. I'm now going to go on that journey.
My car even tells me if there's going to be
61.
drama on route.
Christian Car 18.
Gives me an alternative.
Suppose your car doesn't drive itself.
I don't think I like the idea of that. It does have that
Getting
lane
shown the
assist
first leg.
thing,
Chris
which I'm
Wickenden.
not a fan of.
I suppose then what would you do with the chauffeur if the car drove itself, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Put someone out of a job.
Second leg, Chris Gilliland to throw first. Game on.
But one thing we've seen in the
100.
last couple of games is him starting a little bit slowly.
Yes.
Are we in a situation potentially where it might feel a bit like job done, and with that we could see... Well, I was going to say, could we see him come off the very top of his game as he piles in with a 180? Shut up, Edgar, as most people normally say.
What my main concern will be for him is
40.
when we get to the finals night tomorrow evening. If you want to come, you can come. More details on that in a moment. Is you cannot afford to not get out of the blocks quickly, because you can find yourself
85.
in a real awkward position where winning is not enough sometimes. And if you're dropping legs early, the leg difference could come back and bite you on the backside. We've seen that with so
22.
many good players on
Christian
finals
Car
night. Just
144.
not get out the blocks quick enough and find themselves eliminated before the semi-finals.
$104.
I've seen this a little bit from Chris Wickenden throughout his Group C campaign, where he'll hold solid with the throw and then goes wandering against the darts, and then he'll be back on it again for the throw. I wonder when he's got the
59.
darts, if
Christian Car
he's one of these
40.
players that breaks it down into with throw, without, and sort of breaks the game
Game
into
shown in the
little
second
mini
leg. Chris
sections.
Gilliland.
We'll find out in this leg.
Yeah, when the week is completed, we can actually have a look at the
Third leg, Chris Wickenden to throw
difference
first.
of
Game on.
his level of play on throw and against the darts.
$59.
This is where Gilliland has been very good in punishing a poor visit by his opponent. Not so
81.
emphatically on this occasion.
$140.
I totally get what you're saying in terms of will the attitude be of job done, but I think for confidence and a little bit of authority, you want to win the group, so you go in to tomorrow night as a group winner.
132.
There's always benefits as well of winning groups in terms of who gets to throw first, and there's always something, little nuggets of bonus for doing well and winning more of the matches.
Yeah, and what group you end up in tomorrow night.
Crystal car 170.
Yeah, we're back for the conclusion of Group B tonight, and we'll have our lineup and our groups. We'll also let you know later our lineup for next week.
84. Crystal car 140.
Very, very interesting.
There's a couple of names on next week's lineup that I'm really excited to see in this environment and see how they get on.
60. Crystal car 86.
We'll let you know who they are tomorrow.
Bull.
52. Crystal car 80.
Well, he was on for that 15 dart holder throw, which is where we've said he's been very strong at.
Crystal car 34.
The double that is least thrown at a dartboard. Double 17.
Game shot on the third leg.
No problems. And despite the fact it's never really thrown at, every time I see someone throw at it, they tend to hit it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those strange ones.
Fourth leg, Chris Gilliland to throw first. Game on.
Statistically, the double is irresistible, and you don't switch. Or a counting error.
You know full well there's going to be one of the players that are playing on this next week.
134.
Tuning in to get a bit of a feel for it, who's going to be left on 50. And they're going to go 16, double 17, and stand and point at the camera directly as if they're pointing at us to be like, there you go, lads.
100.
Just for you.
And then this moment right now will get clipped up on social media alongside that moment, and it'll make a really nice, fun video.
Yeah.
95. $137. 54.
Can Wickenden find a two trouble visit here to really pressure the 160. Yeah, has to run for cover.
64. Crystal car 160.
Thinking, even the 170.
We have seen a 170 this week, but it was
83.
not from this group. It was from the evening. Darren
170.
Johnson taking that out, and it was for the match as well. Best finish we've seen in this group, a 157. That was Ryan Murray. Chris Wickenden just 1 point
58.
behind that with the
Crystal car
156.
77.
Tops once again. Chris Gilliland.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris
He
Gilliland.
loves it up that top end of the board.
Well, everything on the throw thus far. 4 legs in, 4 holds. Gilliland now.
Fifth leg,
averaging
Chris Wickenden to throw first.
16 points more. Wickenden.
That leg for Chris Gilliland
134.
has now mathematically confirmed his qualification for Saturday. So we now know for sure 2 of our players that will be taking up the lineup tomorrow night. It is John
60.
Henderson, the Highlander from Scotland, a former weekly winner not too long ago. And now Chris Gilliland. We've got 2 of our 6.
Got a bit of a
41.
strike rate similar to Matt Clark then, hasn't he? John Henderson. I think he's played twice and won his week twice.
100.
Of course, Matt Clark went within a leg of winning Champions Week.
Matt Clark
60.
didn't even realise that he was in a possibility of qualifying. I was here that week and he took out a massive finish. It was like a 156 or a 152. And when I went through, there was debating and arguing because they were trying to tell Matt
85.
Clark he was through. He's like, no, I haven't. And he goes, Matt, have I got through? I said, yeah, you needed to win that game 4-0. And you did by taking out that big finish. It was against Colin Monk. And he ended up qualifying and then going through and winning the week.
83.
Sometimes you get that sort of free roll, don't you, when you think you're out of something and all of a sudden you're back in it again.
Well, in the second one, he hadn't realised he'd actually qualified for finals night.
140.
That is the main reason why we put a monitor in there with the table on it. Identical to the one you see when
140. Crystal car 116.
Henry or Abbey or Mirth, in fact, keeps you up to speed with table position on the balcony. Needed the trouble.
56. Crystal car
We're gonna
43.
get a fifth leg to go with the darts.
It has been the strong point of Chris Wickenden. It is the thing that's kept him competitive and kept him in the running.
$27. Crystal car 60.
And right on cue. Fluffs his lines to hold throw. That's what I was about to say. That's the perfect
50.
marker.
Crystal car 16.
Neither the tops or the tens found the target.
So another opportunity for Chris Wickenden to keep his Group C hopes alive. They are hanging on threads, but they are still possible.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Chris Wickenden.
I was going to see if I could get a reference in there to not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin, because there are plenty of those on Chris Wickenden.
Sixth leg. Chris Gilliland to throw first. Game on.
I don't think Chris Gilliland's the sort of player that would be aware of what he needed
45.
to do. I don't think he's the sort of player that go 2 legs would confirm my place. I think he's the sort that would just be, if anything, looking at the points column and just trying to get it done outright.
140. $100.
I think the most impressive thing for me about Chris Gilliland is how he's responded to losing 5 games in a row. Mentioned before about James
121.
Richardson doing that, because it's quite a rare thing. People do have these lags and these periods where you have a bad day, though it does tend to follow on into others.
85.
Yeah, it can spill over and then affect your performance. Mental strength is such a huge aspect of individual sport.
40.
How can you react to things that happen to you? It's the difference between the levels. 'Cause
101.
everyone can hit a big average or throw a 180, but how do you respond? That is an ideal dart here for Chris Wickenden. He'll be disappointed not to get a treble here.
60. Crystal car 170.
So inviting and appealing. We've seen one. We might see another, but it's not going to be
Crystal car
in this
140.
situation.
for the match. Another one of those. Ooh, just misses to get a double 10.
100.
Ooh,
Chris
that was a
Yorkar,
little close for
48.
comfort. Very nearly busted score. Tops. Tens. Starting to miss a few doubles.
28.
And he's
Chris
now
Yorkar,
2 from
40.
8 on the outer ring. An average 10 points higher. Maybe all in vain. Wickenden wants tops for an unlikely win.
Game shot in the match.
Win he
Wickenden.
does. And winning keeps his hopes alive as he moves on to 10 points. But it is confirmed that Gilliland will take his place with John Henderson in tomorrow night's final. Up next, another player vying for a place in the final. Neil Duff takes on Shaun Griffiths.
Fresh off that maiden TV triumph at the Masters, as Clayton continues to prove his consistency. But Cullen with a big 1 and 2 take out to hold. Squeezes it.
18, but it's on now. He likes to go that way, down to go up. For double 12, and the 9 Dark King lands another one.
It may just be 9 darts of Dave Chisnell.
See this go again.
Double 12 for a second 9 darter on the line. How about that? From Gerwin Price. 2 9 darters in one night in the Premier League.
It's on. James is waving once again. The Queen of the Palace is the maestro at the match play. She makes more darting history.
And he done it. Danny Noppert has the UK Open title.
Michael Van Gerwen wants double 40. And Michael Van Gerwen gets double 40.
Despite defeat, Chris Gilliland is into tomorrow night's final. He lost out in the end to Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 2, but his position in the table is enough to see him into tomorrow night's final. Let's have a look then at the statistics from that one. Gilliland, despite having an average, as the boys in the booth were mentioning a second or two ago, 10 points higher. It was that 2 from 8 on the doubles, which came to cost him in the end. For Chris Wickenden, he was pretty much visit perfect in terms of the doubles, 4 out of 12 managing to get him over the line. Well, so let's have a quick check then of what that does in terms of the league table, because we're getting towards that very, very crucial stage now. Gilliland on 14, Duff on 12, Murray and Wickenden both on 10 as we enter the second game of the 9th round of fixtures. And it's going to see Neil Duff in action, the reigning WDF world champion. He takes on Shaun Griffiths. Every game's a big one now, so let's hand back to the boys in the box.
Thanks, H. A lovely bit of footage there from the Premier League. And, of course, the board sponsor, Wimmel, the wonderful triple core carbon blade 6. Without doubt, the best board in the business. And we're going to get a player who has plied their trade here at the Super Series, go on to be a Premier League player. Well, John Henderson experienced that Premier League in Aberdeen in one of my favourite all-time walk-ons. Dobies will take some beating
First
in
leg, Shaun to
Newcastle
do first.
a week or so ago.
Game on.
A must-win game, this one, for Neil Duff. keep the
44.
pressure on Ryan Murray.
Yeah, a win here for Neil Duff will mean that he can
68.
only really be caught on leg difference.
Yeah.
So a strong win here for Neil Duff could be vitally important.
95.
Again, I do think there's a bit of value play here in Neil Duff, starting at 1-2.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what the or how much ambition Shaun Griffiths will have. It could work one or two ways. He could play with absolute freedom and could see him produce one of his better performances. But yeah, I wouldn't be
100.
I wouldn't be against taking the bookies on here. 8-15, 1-2. And what was it? 5-6 minus 1.5.
Yes. 5-6 for the handicap.
4-2 or better.
One of the worst positions you can go to in order to get a bit of value than in this one. As you did say, you just don't know how players will react to that situation where they're out of it. Do they just want to get out of here and get home and just sort of going through fixtures, or does it just become a bit easier because the actual need to win has turned to
47.
more of a want?
Yeah. Though there's one thing I do credit the players with, and that's their integrity in these situations. You always see the players really give it everything.
$35.
Neil Duff has won a Lakeside title, and the Lakeside title was won on this shot. This way.
126. Shaun 40.
Just a little bit low. Great effort, though, there from Neil Duff. An attempt to try and break the throw of Shaun Griffiths, who, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first time he's actually been leading a game today.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Second leg Neil did through first. Game on.
Might not last long, though, with darts like that from Neil Duff.
$60.
Well, pretty much all the games remaining, bar the last one,
60.
have some importance. The last match of this session is Sedlak against Griffiths. Following this one, Ryan Murray takes on Sedlak, a big game for Ryan.
100.
And then it'll be Duff against Wickenden. And Gilliland against Murray. And then, as I said, Vitezslav against Shaun. Our final match of the session. That may be a match that decides who does finish bottom.
It is a tight group that would be pretty much wrapped up if Neil Duff was to go ahead and win this game. It just come down to leg difference. It would eliminate Chris Wickenden from having a possibility of qualifying, and Ryan Murray would have to take some sizable victories, which is why you've got to imagine that Chris Wickenden and Ryan Murray right now are sat with their Neil Duff voodoo dolls, sticking pins in every part of it and cheering on all the positivity of Shaun Griffiths, because it keeps their hopes alive.
$94.
We'll be back.
$94. Neil the car 20. Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
Beginning to have a bit of a doubling disaster, but puts it right on double five. Not where anybody wants to be up there.
Third leg Shaun to through first. Game on. $95. $100.
Safe to say Shaun Griffiths is finding his best darts of the day, but this has been the theme of his day, picking darts up off the floor.
End up with a bad back.
Needs to get one of those extendable stick things.
I remember Dennis Ovens having one of those. It's like a telescopic little magnet thing.
125. $100. Shaun
Super
Griffiths,
final dart. I was just
161.
about to berate him for not using the 17s.
Just shuffles across the hockey to the left to try and open up the
45.
target.
Neil the car,
See, they got the
121.
angle right. This would be a sizable shift. He glances over to the left. See what
96.
score Shaun Griffiths was, and
Shaun
I think he was tempted not to
116.
do so there. It didn't look like he was sighting that up for me.
Yeah, I'm amazed he waited until he was on the ball to take a look. Personally, I always used to have a look before just to know where I am.
Which makes you wonder why he went for the 11 as part of the
100.
combination if he didn't really
Neil
know what he
Ricard,
was
25.
planning with the overall shot.
$13. Shaun Griffiths, 16.
Missing doubles are putting him in all sorts of trouble in this match. Yeah, a shake of the head.
Game shot on the third leg. Shaun
Our last
Griffiths.
game we saw a player with a much lower average being victorious. Could be a bit of darting deja vu because
Fourth leg Neil to through first. Game on.
at the moment Neil Duff's averaging 89 to Shaun Griffiths' 82.
100.
Neil Duff has had one dart in leg one on the back of the 138 to break. And one dart at the ball
40.
there and two at double 12 to break.
His 180 count today has been very impressive. Another 2 in this one. He had 4 in his last match. That moves him on to 13 180s for Group C, which now makes him the best 180 hitter. Only second, Shaun Griffiths, as he hits his 12th 180, despite being only finding 1 victory.
Yeah, they're separated by 180, but 10 points in the table.
100.
19 legs.
Neil Ricard, 121.
Yeah, that's huge.
This time opts to go for the bullseye first rather than last, so it can leave him on
Game
the
shot
double
fourth leg.
18.
Neil Duff.
And that is his 4th 100 plus checkout of the week, and he is just going through the gears here.
Yeah, I like that shot with Griffiths back on 181. You're not going to go for the ball with your final dart anyway, so
The fake Shaun to through first.
the
Game on.
25 leaves you 96. Use 2 darts at the treble 20. The ball leaves you 71. I'm a big fan of that.
140.
He's going through the gears. It's not all about Neil Duff this game. Shaun Griffiths is certainly playing his part.
180.
But Neil Duff, we've seen so far this week that he can just go into these spells of 2 or 3 legs that separate him from the rest of the field. Are we about to enter that little spell of legs now?
The Duff man zone.
57.
He duffs up his opponent.
Also a character on The Simpsons was the Duff man.
100.
Just take your word for it.
He represented a beer company. But you'd be clued up on your cartoons.
60. $135.
We referenced going through the gears. This is top gear, this one. After 9 darts, he's left himself 86.
Yeah, he left himself 1-2-1 after 9 in the previous leg. Got to go for this.
61.
Yeah,
Shaun
just
Griffiths,
misses the ball.
104.
Could have won this one quite easily. 4-0, 4-1. As it is, he may find himself 3-2 down. Oof.
40.
Again.
Neil Lucar,
Another one that
25.
Doesn't enter the board clean enough and ends up on the floor. Can he hit double 12 this time?
Game shot on the 5th leg. Neil Duff.
That's the first breaker throw in the match, and it comes in 14 darts to back up the 12 dart hold in leg 4. He's averaging 98 right
6th leg,
now.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Very high quality performance indeed.
Also comes at a very crucial time there for Neil Duff.
Yeah, that's a lovely moment to get the break, isn't it?
Just gives you that
140.
cushion where it's not all or nothing. You just get a little bit of leeway in the match because he's got the chance now to do it with the throw, and if he doesn't, he's got a last chance saloon of a last leg
96.
shootout. $100.
40 and a ton. He's opening 2
100.
scoring visits in this 6th leg. Gives him a lead of 44 plus these.
100. 41. Neil Lucar, 161.
6 at this. Casually
90.
picks off the ball to leave 71. You can convert the 71 in 2. You'll have an end average of very close to 100.
Game shot in the match. Neil
He does exactly that with a 4-2 win. And well, another one. I think he followed the advice of myself and Matt Edgar and played a handicap there, an average of 99.4. You can see Neil Duff just look across at the screen to confirm that with himself. And he is on to 14 points. Up next it is Ryan Murray against Vitezslav Sedlak.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Another impressive performance there by Neil Duff in a 4-2 victory against Shaun Griffiths. This is the statistics from that previous matchup. Had averaged just underneath the ton for Duff. 3 maximums to his name as well, including that 1-2-1 checkout. It's just another really solid performance as far as the Duff man is concerned as he continues to go into this second day's action here at the Super Series in Group C. Well, let's see the consequences of that in terms of the group table now. As you can see, Duff on 14 points, Murray and Wickenden on 10. Wickenden now out of the race. Murray has to win his remaining 2 matches to stand a chance and then hope that there is a slip up by the Duff man in his game against Chris Wickenden in a couple of matches time. Talking of Ryan Murray, he's up next. He takes on the Vitezslav Sedlak. This is the first game of this next round, this next pool of fixtures, and watching this one in the comms box, it's Chris and Matt.
Thanks, H. Well, big game for Ryan Murray. And a price that, well, appeals to me. 4-6 Ryan Murray just to win this game. 11-10 about Sedlak. And it is a must-win game for Ryan Murray. He will be giving this one absolutely everything. Defeat here for Murray. And it will confirm the qualification of Neil Duff, who will join Gilliland and Big John Henderson in tomorrow night's final. And that'll be 3 of the field of 6 confirmed. And tonight's group, well,
first leg round
good luck
through
with
first.
picking 3 from there, because currently
Game on.
all 5 are on 4 points.
I couldn't pick 3 yesterday. I can't pick 3 today. Only a couple of legs separating the entire table on that one.
140.
But this is beyond just winning here for Ryan Murray. This is about winning and winning big. Because the only way you can catch Neil Duff is on legs.
42.
So Ryan Murray needs to win big, and even then we'll probably be needing a favour from Chris Wickenden, because any result for Neil Duff in that game will eliminate
60.
Ryan Murray from proceedings as well.
And the thing is, Ryan Murray will be playing Chris Gilliland, and although confirmed as qualified,
84.
he will be giving it absolutely everything himself in that one to get the win and confirm his
91.
pal and pairs partner his place in qualifying.
$60. $100.
This situation has arose before where you think it's all done and dusted, and play like Neil Duff sat in second position, you think it's done, and you think there's got to be 3 or 4 results go wrong, and it has happened.
Yep, multiple times. Tops for 1-0.
90.
We have seen from Sedlak as well
130.
across the course of the entire week that
Game
his
shot on the
matches
first leg.
towards
Ryan
the
Murray.
back end of the sessions has faded.
Second leg, Vigla to throw first. Game on. $59.
Got to credit Ryan Murray when he had it all in his own hands and let it slip away. A heavy 4-0 defeat, which could
60.
still play its part. We're talking about legs. We're talking about the legs between the 2 players that was in that 4-0 exchange. It could still be
46.
a big telling fixture. He has responded extremely well to it. He's continuing to produce some good darts into this match as well.
100.
As a player that's reached the heights of the game, played in the PDC World Championship. You might remember that game he had with Michael van
30.
Gerwen. He gave him a bit of a shake.
Yep. As did another Super Series regular a couple of years ago, Charles Barstow. Won the opening set.
$140. $82.
Another one there to add to the list of players who call the
44.
name on a bad dart. We got a Ryan there after the big 5.
$60. Run your car 157.
Got so much time on his hands here. Literally no resistance being offered whatsoever from Sedlak.
83. $81. Run your car 74.
20 and tops.
34. Below the car 143.
You will feel like he's got a bit of time on his hands. Bit of an opportunity to allow an
53.
error.
Run your car 40.
Probably why the error arrived. That's a huge error.
32.
A collection of
Below the
errors.
car 90.
In from absolutely nowhere. He is 2 darts away here from getting a leg on the board.
47.
That does, as
Run your car
player
8.
is just frustrate you, doesn't it?
4. Below the car
Well, that frustration is
43.
going to continue to build. He's had 24 darts in this leg to break the throw. This goes in with the last dart. I would love to stop the game and run up there with a
Game show on
microphone
the
and
second leg.
ask
Gilliland
Ryan Murray
Sedlak.
what he thinks right now.
You're evil.
We may need that old-fashioned bleep button to be in play, though.
Third leg round to throw first. Game
The
on.
dump button.
$140.
Response, that's been the word of the day. Response and reactions.
135.
A good sign of it there from Ryan Murray.
140.
Could be important, though. And normally we'd sit here and be saying things around like just winning the game, just holding your throw. But we do know
41.
it's slightly more than that at the moment.
Yeah, he's the leg difference is +8 for Duff, +5 for Murray.
140.
So if he wins this 4-1, he will join Duff on +8.
59. Run your car 81. $49.
Opts for a different part of the board this time. Coming over to the double 16s.
133. Run
A
your car
different
32.
result.
Game shot on the
Final
third
dart there
leg.
for
Ryan Murray.
Sedlak should have been at the ball. But wouldn't have mattered as it's a 13 dart hold. No problem on the doubles this time.
Fourth leg relay to throw first. Game on. $140. $91. 140.
Sedlak's turn to pile in the 140s. 3 of them in the last leg for Murray.
45. $90. $125. Below the car, 131.
80 left.
71.
I had the feeling he was going to go for the top stops there in that situation. His race has run and
41.
just looking to take some
Below the
form
car,
of positivity.
60.
Maybe even try and put on a bit of a show.
40.
He will be back at the 10s. Ryan Murray on 100 and an ice cream.
59. Below the car, 20. 10. Run your car, 140.
More misses for Sedlak, and it's been constant frustration for him here in Group C. Another one of those. I'm going to give him a pop at the double 10.
100. VW car, 10. Getting shot on the 4 flag. Vitezslav Sedlak.
He's just hanging on in this one. Causing Ryan Murray a lot of stress and causing him issues in the legs column.
Game on.
For the first time today, we have a match where the average is dominated
56.
by one of the players. Yet we find ourselves locked in a level game.
140. 83. 60.
You have planned for your Saturday tomorrow?
140.
I thought we'd go down the retro toy shop together if you fancy it. I think it'd be a good one to take the cameras down to. Chris
81.
Mason goes retro toy shopping.
$30.
He was on Three Little Ducks. I've got David Evans's ducks knocking about.
60.
What could go wrong is going wrong here for Murray. It may be just the pressure of the situation he finds himself
65. Vitezslav car, 160.
in. Vitezslav Sedlak could be the ultimate spoiler here.
96.
I think he
Run your
already has
car,
been it just by
127.
taking a couple of legs, because Ryan Murray needed a big strong win, but it's the 1-2-7 and game with Paul Hinks on the stage.
102. Vitezslav car,
Would have been
64.
for the game, but it would have put him a leg closer.
48.
Must have put him a
Run
leg
your car,
away from
25.
a sizable upset here.
Getting shot on the 5th flag.
I
Ryan
wonder
Murray.
if Paul Hinks would have treated us to the 127 in game in that situation, or would he give us the traditional call?
6 flag Vitezslav to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was in a match where he didn't realise that His opponent wanted 127
55.
for the game. So just called it as you would a score and then noticed it was for the leg.
It was a game between Phil Taylor
60.
and Michael van Gerwen at the World Match Play. Caused a lot of confusion. The music was delayed coming on because it was one before a commercial break, and
wasn't that
60.
Wasn't that the year that Phil won his 16th World Match Play?
no, I think he beat Peter Wright in that final,
right.
didn't he?
91.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
'96.
Of course, the year he bowed out, he very nearly did the match play and World's double. That'd have been some way to sign out.
57.
It'd been so fitting of Phil Taylor as well to have done that, wouldn't it? It'd been the most Taylor-esque sort of way to retire.
100.
Three more fixtures to come your way after this one. The final lap of fixtures. Last chance we'll get to see
140.
four of the players, because you will see Chris Gilliland tomorrow, and you will see either Neil Duff or Ryan Murray as well.
134. Round your car, 153.
Well, all credit to Sedlak here. We spoke about the integrity of the players a little earlier. And we're seeing a real
93.
example of that here.
Vitezslav your car, 56.
Not happy with that one. He's come extremely low.
Game shot on
Recovers the
sixth
situation
Vitezslav
perfectly. Good composure there from Sedlak, who hasn't had much go his way today. Finds a way to recompose and
Seventh and final leg round to throw first. Game on.
get himself into a last leg shootout.
'55.
If Ryan Murray does not win this leg, Neil Duff is through.
96.
It's a situation that Ryan Murray, as much as he
One out of
would try and
40.
avoid knowing the league table and the full ins and outs of it, will certainly be aware of that situation. Knows he can only
100.
reach 12 points if he isn't to win this leg. Neil Duff already on 14.
139.
Really good use of the board. Not only the counting, but the
94.
execution of that.
Round your car, 167.
Doesn't have to go the treble 19. Could go the 48 here. 88 left. Just confirming with our referee, Paul Hinks.
139.
The final two visits in the scoring phase. Well, the final three. 140, 139, 139.
95.
Starting
Round your car,
with
28.
55, and he feared the worst.
Game
But
shot
it is
on the match.
Ryan Murray who
Murray.
eventually gets over the line for 3. So he does move on to 12 points. And within striking distance of Neil Duff. But a real big game coming up next between Neil Duff and Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back. Ryan Murray is still in the race. However, he is still in need of favours. But he's done the first part of his task. He's won 4-3 in that game against Vitezslav Sedlak. These are the statistics then from it. 8-5 average enough in the end. 4 out of 12 on the doubles, and obviously there, 4-3 success against the Czech player. So let's see how it rounds things up then in terms of the league table, and then we can set fair what the scenario is going to be going forward. As you can see, Ryan Murray there, following the conclusion of 9 rounds, is on 12 points. Duff 2 points ahead of him, which means victory for the Duff man in our next match against Chris Wickenden will be enough to see him into Saturday night's final. And then if that is not the case, it'll go down to Murray's game, which is game 14 against Chris Gilliland. So that is the scenario, that is what is at play, and that is what's at stake here at the Super Series. The players are on stage, so let's hand over to the boys in the box.
Thanks, Henry. Neil Duff, 4-6, 11-10, Chris Wickenden. And for Neil Duff, it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, as long as he gets the 2 points. And he will confirm his place with Chris Gilliland in the final. These two, of course, met in our third match of the session yesterday. And it was a narrow win for Neil, 4-3, but he is in far better form today than yesterday. And he was as solid as a rock at times yesterday, but he's found another level and certainly found another level in the 180 department.
Yeah, he's pushed himself into that top 180 hitter category for this group. He's also joint top in the Tumblr's checkouts column. So at the very top end of his game, he is ticking those boxes.
First
One more
Neil
box
to
left
go
for him to
first.
tick.
Game on.
That box is the qualification box. He will do that by winning this match. If he is to lose this game,
140.
Ryan Murray, door would be open, but he would have to beat the man who has been the star performer, Chris Gilliland.
97. $100.
Tidy enough start
95.
from both.
$140.
This is one of those higher pressure games.
99. Neil Duff,
This is a game
121.
in a high pressure environment that Neil Duff more than capable of dealing with.
81.
And he's come through adversity in huge matches in World Championships. No more so than that match
140,
against
Neil
Jim
Duff,
McEwen, where he
40.
was 3 sets to love down.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Did
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
task the viewers with giving us a bit of information in regards to Chris Wickenden and
100.
this nickname Pugs. I do have an answer.
Ooh.
So thank you to Samuel Whitaker, who tells me he used to share with Chris Wickenden when he used to play county in
140.
Leicester. And the reason for the name is because he resembled Pugsley Adams of the Adams family.
59.
Oh, I know who that is, the Adams family.
Maybe that's why he's grown the beard, to try and get away from the resemblance.
45.
Thank you very much for that insight and information.
41.
Now we know.
100.
Very much a match that Neil Duff will be enjoying because he's not getting himself embroiled right now. And I think that's imperative. I think he needs to get this done as fuss-free as possible.
140.
Because as you get yourself embroiled in one of these, the pressure just builds and gets a little out of control.
125. The other car 76.
Do you think Wickenden's done enough to get another go here at the Super Series? Do you agree?
Absolutely,
36.
and the way he's responded
Visual
as well
car
to
95.
a slow start, it makes you wonder which was the real Chris Wickenden.
Well, we always say it takes a player a session or two just to get used to the environment before they begin to play their more natural game.
I think that
81.
question of
The other car 40.
what Chris Wickenden can do, I think,
Game shot on the
is
second
why he'll
leg.
get another
Neil Duff.
invite, because we need to find out the answer to that.
We've certainly seen flashes. It's a perfect example how things could have
Looks
got
like Neil to throw first. Game on.
a little bit twitchy for Neil Duff. Had that double 14 landed. Had it landed, I'm not sure we'd have seen a max come in there.
He has become a bit of a 180 machine today, a well-oiled 180 machine.
76.
Is that now? Is that 15 or 16 in the group?
15. Might be 16. And we said about him being
100.
good in these sort of higher pressure situations, these must-wins. It's certainly bringing the best out of him so far, an average nearly of 110.
59.
Lives rent-free in the minds of the Belmets.
135.
They'll be furious at this performance.
59.
54,
car
32
86.
for potential 11 darter. Well, he won't stay on the 18s. That leaves double 4.
78.
Ooh. No, I thought that was in.
Yeah, good effort, but the big scoring power in this one has just given him that luxury of time.
As a player, that's what you
60.
absolutely love, isn't it? That
The other
cushion,
car 8.
comfort.
I think that's in exactly the same place as last time.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's where he wanted it to be, inside the wires, and Ryan Murray will be thinking all hope has gone.
And just 43 darts to win.
4 play
3
Chris to
legs.
throw first. Game on.
If Ryan Murray is to have any hope, he's going to want to see more of that from Chris Wickenden. He needs him to win the last 4 legs.
100.
Something we have seen him do, of course, in this Group C.
$54.
It was actually his last game yesterday that he achieved that as well. It's against Sedlak. Kick-started with a big 1-5-6 outshot.
Oh, we're getting some kind of
60.
synergy.
It's coming off the boils slightly here. The Duff man.
137. 60.
His focus
Chris Car 70.
is on leg 5. Where he'll have the darts to wrap this one up and confirm his place in the final.
$38. 55. Chris Car 32.
He has found a lot of success in this corner of the board.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Continues to do so, and that just gives a little bit of hope and encouragement to Ryan Murray, who will no doubt be getting ready for his game with Chris Gilliland, but just keeping one eye on that TV monitor.
First. Game on. $100.
Oh, you'll take 4 of those in a 101 out. The ultimate red pen leg.
Big important moments.
$83. 140.
Good last start there from Chris to force that one into the treble 20. Just
96.
keep tapping Neil Duff on the shoulder. Don't give him too much breathing room.
We've all been in situations like this where I say, just leave me alone.
46.
He's done that there. Yeah, he knows. Could be the beginning of the end.
$105.
Duff has played a blinder here. Really came out of the blocks quickly. Established a nice big lead. Well, up comes
171.
Wow.
Neil Car
180
170.
in the last leg and a 171 in this one. Is there another twist, or can Duff with yet another 10+ out? Well,
Chris Car
just the thickness
84.
of the wire away.
This would be for one of 2 breaks of throw that Chris Wickenden will need. He's to turn this one around and get himself on the Ryan Murray Christmas card list.
45.
Be getting a bottle of
Neil Car
scotch.
40. 20. Chris Car 39.
Frustration, you can hear it, you can see it. That was for the qualification. That was to put himself through to tomorrow night's finals. You may have to wait another 501.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Chris Wickenden.
Success on that double 16 for Chris Wickenden, and he's turning it around. He survived a lot of match darts yesterday in this exact position when he turned
6 leg
around
Chris to third first.
3-0 deficit. History is repeating itself.
100.
Multiple match darts for Duff, and they've all been on the wire.
140. 60.
He's had
140.
multiple match darts, but with the amount of big power scores he's putting in here, you expect he's going to get more.
Look at 14 scores.
137.
Another ton or more. 9 from Wickenden. Not too shabby.
123.
140, 1, 2, 3 for Duff. In a leg. That's the win.
59. Neil Ducar 98.
54 for 24.
58. Chris Ducar 145.
He hit a biggie in that turnaround yesterday, the 156. He couldn't, could he? Oh, that would have hurt Neil Duff.
Would have been a dagger.
113.
Well, he certainly
Neil
left it
Ducar
handy
40.
in the section of the board he's been enjoying in this match.
Game
But
shot
the
of
match
the match
will go
nil-up.
no longer. The qualification for this group is confirmed. Chris Gilliland and Neil Duff will be going through, but we do still have a couple of games to come your way. Chris Gilliland will feature in one of them when he'll take on Ryan Murray next.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And the ADC is open to anyone and everyone. So if you want to be a part of the MODUS Super Series and qualify for it, the ADC is a very, very good route to do exactly that. Head over to their Twitter site. It is @DartsCircuit for more information of how you can be a part of their Vault Series, which we're going to see about 8 players from in Series 4 qualify through that specific route. So head over to that Twitter page or head over to their website for more information about where you can enter a local Vault Series event. Well, as far as this week is concerned at the Live Lounge, we now know our 2 qualifiers through Group C, because it's going to be an all-Irish affair as far as qualification from this group is concerned, because Neil Duff is going to join Chris Gilliland into tomorrow night's final. That is courtesy of a 4-2 success against Chris Wickenden. Well, we can have a look at the stats from that particular matchup. Neil Duff, very, very good stuff indeed. 94.5 average. He's been ticking along that in the second half of his day. 4 out of 11 when it comes to the outer ring. As for Wickenden, took 2 of the 4 opportunities he got at the double, but was ultimately outscored, as you can see there in the 140 bracket, by the Duff man. Well, that means now our final 2 fixtures will be games just to see the group off. It's going to begin with Chris Gilliland, the man we already know is through. Now, you may see on Neil Duff's shirt about a local working man's club on the back of it. Well, we were mentioning on commentary yesterday how Chris and Neil played for each other for their country, but it actually stems a little bit more deeply than that. They actually both play for the same local outfit as well, so both players very acquainted with their game, and so plenty of local interest as far as Northern Ireland is concerned in tomorrow night's final. He takes on Ryan Murray then. It's our penultimate match of this session, and it's going to be watched by Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, they're good pals, Chris and Neil. It's Neil now who is out on top. It will be Neil who wins Group C if Ryan Murray gets the better of Chris Gilliland.
Ryan Murray would have been watching that last game with key interest, because this could have been a pivotal game for him, but it's the 2 Northern Ireland men that go
First
through.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
Talking about the ADC, of course, it was the first ADC event in Northern Ireland last night in Larne. It was won by
140.
Chief Colin McGarry. Congratulations to him. Great to see that the ADC is expanding.
45.
Again, where is the ceiling for that? How big can that become? Certainly going in the right direction.
140.
I think the second we see that system get its own big events, I think that's when we're going to really see it come through.
140.
So I think that at the moment is one of the big appeals with the WDF, the fact they've got the Lakeside event, the big event at the end of the year, and I think when we see that sort of event introduced into the ADC, I think that's when we're going to see it hitting completely new levels.
Well, it'd be interesting to see which sort of side of the fence does it go on. Well, because we always remember, of course, back in the day with the Grand Slam, the BDO would have its representatives, and you talk a lot and sensibly about the payoff in sports and where are the end goals. But it is exciting times.
78.
Obviously, being neighbours, both Chris and Neil.
98. Chris Car 38.
Small place in County Antrim with a population of around 20,000. Sits on the river 6 Mile Water. How long do you think it is?
No score. Run Car 84.
That one is a long way off from the 14 that was required to give him a poke at the ball.
48.
Chris Gilliland will have another opportunity at the double 19. Which, the way his darts sit, you'd think, especially with that dart, this would be an ideal double for him.
Second leg round to throw first. Game on. $125.
Very
140.
Ali Claire.
$100.
Well, the people settled and lived there some 6,000 years ago.
85.
Wonder what colour shirt Chris Gilliland's going to treat us to tomorrow, and if he'll also have the same matching lights and stems to match that colour. Do like it when everything matches.
41. Run your car 136. $100. $65. Run your car 36.
Chris won this tie yesterday.
Getting shot on the second leg. Ryan Murray.
Another high quality affair. He was 80% on the doubles. Averaged 104.15. A 4-1 win.
They'd like Chris to throw first.
Murray averaged 92.15 and only managed 3 darts at a double in the entire match.
140. $125. $140.
may remember one of the
55.
interesting moments, shall we say, of the old Live League in Southampton when Chris Gilliland was playing against Wes Newton.
105.
And he sighted the dart. He was about to throw the dart and it didn't have the flight on. And Wes Newton taps him and...
Yes.
Reminds
it's
him
a moment of great
98.
sportsmanship.
Official car 116.
Would you have let him throw the dart?
Yeah.
56.
Not now, but then.
Like when your opponent's throwing at the wrong double, you
59.
think, go on, hit it.
Official car 60.
I've had that where they've celebrated and I've sort of stood there and just shook my head.
Game shot on the
Of
third
course,
leg.
at that
Chris
point, you
Gilliland.
can't really get involved because unless you made a mistake and then put your opponent off. But yeah, there's been many amusing moments like that over the years.
12 grounded through first. Game on.
Glenn Durrant, the one that stands out the most.
180.
He thought he'd won the match. Celebrated.
46.
But the dart was just outside. I believe it was actually Charlie Corstefine that was refereeing that one as well.
140.
The only one I can think of that, I think it was a Vauxhall Pro ranking event. I was playing Wayne Wild in the final.
95.
And having won one before, I knew it was best of 11 and everything went with throw and Wayne went 5-4 up and Freddie
57.
Williams scored game shot in the match and I was adamant that it was best of 11 and we had at least one more leg to play.
100. Round your car 124.
As it was, that was it. 5-4.
$84.
I did mention yesterday, I believe it was at the Isle of Man, because we have the Isle of Man
60. Round your
champion
car
from this
40.
year. And it was the Isle of Man 2018. The dart goes outside. Glenn gives it the celebration in a game against Chris Landman.
No score.
That was streamed, wasn't it? He did go on to win the match, though, didn't he?
Yeah, the next shot.
60. Round your car 40.
The only way it would have been funnier if he'd have gone on to lose the match.
$20. Chris your car 140.
Great moment of dart in history. They're the sort of moments that I tend to like more than
60. Round your
the
car
more
20.
serious ones at times.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ryan Murray.
Well, this one locked at 2-2. Average is very similar. The other stats very similar. 8 scores of a ton or more for Gilliland.
Fifth leg, Chris to third
9
first.
for
Game
Murray.
on.
Both missed a handful of darts at a double.
140. $177.
That does keep the possibility of a 9-dart open. We're seeing a lot of people, when they get to the 9-darter now, and they get the first sort
60.
of 5 treble 20, switching to the 19s to try and leave the 144.
Yeah, it's an easier finish, that's for sure.
180.
Well, it's the easier finish. But is it the easier one at the end of a 9-dart combination? He's done the first part. 177 to 180. He's 3 darts away from completing a 9-dart leg. And that's the second time we've been teased to that today. Neil
44.
Duff came within 6, and now Ryan Murray giving us the 6.
Yeah, both 6 deep. Couldn't find the 7th.
100. Run your car, 100.
Back.
That is a lovely dart at
Game
top.
shot
So you
on the
just
5th leg. Ryan Murray.
expected that one. It was an invitation for that last start to go in, and this will have a bit of significance because if Ryan Murray is to win this, it will mean Neil Duff will win the group.
6th leg round to do first. Game on.
Gilliland opened the day 10-11, odds-on favourite to win the group.
What was Neil Duff's second favourite, just in front of Ryan?
I think according to how the betting has gone, the group table looks like it's going to end exactly how it was predicted by the odds compilers. So as much as we said they've got quite a bit wrong this week, they've certainly got that right in terms of the league table.
$100.
One more game to come your way, and it will be to decide who finishes bottom of this group. Shaun
140.
Griffiths taking on Sedlak. And when you look at the performances of today,
80.
I don't think you can realistically say that there's a favourite in that game.
$91.
Issue for Shaun Griffiths today has been that scoring power. Only afforded himself 11 darts at a double across 4 matches. Is it 5 of them, though?
A little bit of a confusion over the...
Yeah, Ryan's first score in the match was 97, not 57.
The small error. Oh, they'll have to run this back. But it's been a fascinating group in the end, hasn't it?
Well, it's been a group, really, when you look at the table, that been separated in 2 halves. Chris Wickenden will look like he was going to get pulled into that in terms of being drawn into the bottom part of the group, but it's actually recovered really well. We speak about getting re-invitations. That would probably have been his motivation at the point when he was at the bottom of the table. Thought, I need to make sure that I get that re-invite, because one thing you don't want to do is this be a one-off. And for Chris Wickenden, when we look at the career and the journey he's going on in terms of the Challenge Tour and the county system, certainly playing well in the county system, now moved to a Premier League county side in Warwickshire and has only lost the 1 game so far this year. So for his progression, being a regular in this has got to be the way forward, and having a good Group C campaign like this is certainly going to put him into a position that's going to give him another Group C invite and maybe somewhere down the line get a week.
Yeah, absolutely, and that will be the next thing for him, is to get a full week where you can really
100.
take advantage of the
130.
2 opportunities available to qualify. And of course, we've seen it with Neil Duff. He was obviously involved in seniors events just
84.
over a week ago, and then had 5 days in Benidorm where he literally just downed the darts and chilled out for a while. And then
92,
flew back with
a 46.
a little bit of drama. And really was always trailing in Group A, wasn't he?
I think as well, if you look at Chris
Game shot on
Wickenden
the
and how
6th
he's
leg,
grown into
Gilliland.
this campaign, maybe a week would suit him as well.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly have been impressed enough to... He gets my vote to come back for a
7th and final leg,
crack at
Chris
least.
to do first. Game on.
Now approaching, I think it's 260
43.
different players in the past 20 plus months. Had a good variation of
95.
levels, experience.
All of a sudden,
140.
Chris Gilliland, after he was practically handing the title to Neil Duff not long ago, might be about to come and make those
42.
favourite backers happy once again.
It's felt like he's just always been battling to stay in this one.
77.
Well, Murray has had the superior numbers. But he has
28.
gone a little bit missing towards the back end.
$57.
One more to bring you. Vitezslav Sedlak against Shaun Griffiths.
59.
I certainly would like to see Sedlak back as well. I'd like to see him go away and evaluate his time here and look back over some of his performances and just
100.
try not to give too much away.
Just needs to settle, doesn't he? He's got to settle into the situation. There was some situations he was
57.
comfortably
Chris
ahead and
Gilliland,
he still
84.
wasn't settled, and needs to find that comfort on the stage.
And that only comes with experience, of course. Putting yourself back in the environment. Tops. Aggressive on the 79. I like it.
44.
Almost rewarded.
He's had a lot of success on tops.
100. Chris Gilliland, 40.
Not as much time as he might have had if that last start didn't go in the treble for Ryan Murray. But it's been a very successful campaign here in Group C.
30.
He
Gilliland,
might
120.
not be about to win.
Single 20. Up Henry's ladder.
80. Chris Gilliland, 10.
For the match, and for the group.
No score.
Well,
Gilliland,
he's had
40.
plenty of opportunities to win this group. Ryan Murray had a dart at tops.
Game shot in
It's
the
the
match.
dart
Ryan
at tens that confirms the victory for Ryan Murray and confirms the group for Neil Duff, who ends in top position. Chris Gilliland second. They both are your qualifiers going through to tomorrow night's final. We've got one more game coming your way, and that is Sedlak and Griffiths.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can be a part of the experience every Saturday evening here at the Super Series by being a part of our crowd here at the live lounging ports. Available every single Saturday evening. It's dartshop.tv, the place to be. And even more, there's a little QR code we can get on the screen now. Go and give that a scan on your smartphone and whatever other devices that you've got, iPads, laptops, whatever it is. Give that a bit of a scan. It will take you straight over to dartshop.tv and it'll give you the opportunity to be here on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Well, Ryan Murray, the winner of our last game there against Chris Gilliland. These are the stats from it. 4-3 success, 88.5 average for Murray, 4 out of 40 when it comes to the doubles, but it has a more significant bearing to it as well than just the result itself. What it does do is it means Neil Duff is going to be the group winner, come what may, in our final game of the afternoon session. And we've got just one final game to go. There is confirmation of the league standings. Ryan Murray in the end missing out via legs difference. Chris Gilliland making hay early on in the day. And how pivotal may that 4-0 victory against Duff to kick things off have been in the end. Right, one more game for us this afternoon. Don't forget, we're back tonight, 10 o'clock here at the MODUS Super Series via our YouTube channel. It sees Vitezslav Sedlak play his final game of the week. He takes on Shaun Griffiths as a final run out for this pair, and it's going to be watched by Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. And interestingly, they make Sedlak the 4-7 favourite, Griffiths 5-4. Vitezslav Sedlak has not won a final game on the 4 previous days he has played this week. Make of that what you will. I am just passing on that information. He's 5-4, Shaun Griffiths, and he did win this tie in against Shaun. Sorry. Shaun won this tie against Vitezslav.
First leg, Vitezslav to through first. Game on.
You say about not winning a last game, but that also includes yesterday when he was 3-0 up and had 13 match darts to beat Chris Wickenden.
Yep.
1 out of them 40.
Look at trends and patterns, but maybe he couldn't buck the trend, but I'm sure he is well aware
1 out of
of his
40.
performances late on. And again, that's something that we can address on reflection.
100.
Maybe it's down to an energy aspect, and we could do with a bit of a, I don't know, maybe a protein
57.
bar or a bit of carbs late on, just to give him some energy.
76.
You mentioned it as well, that negativity and losing becomes exhausting, and he finds negativity even in the positive. We saw the first 5 visits to the board today had 2 180s involved in them, but he was shaking his head.
Yeah, still like noddy.
$77. Jean, you require 164.
That dart just, I think it tried to go in the same hole, so it's just sort of springboarding and come back out.
58. Vitezslav Sedlak, 108.
The finishing has been a bit of a problem for him.
76. Shaun Griffiths,
When that happens,
106.
it's the combination shots that you get your best results in. 36 darts he's had at a double today.
70.
37
Vitezslav
including that
Sedlak,
last
32.
one. He's converted 9.
We ain't winning too many games down the dog and duck on a Friday night with
16. Shaun Griffiths,
a
36.
return as poor as that.
Game shot on the first leg. Shaun Griffiths.
Shaun Griffiths steps in and says, "Thank you very much." So Shaun will be desperately disappointed with his
Second leg, Shaun to through
Group
first.
C
Game on.
campaign. Want to try and rescue
40.
as much as he can here in this final match.
Those missed darts there from Sedlak, highlighting the issue even further. 41 darts at double, he's converted
41.
9. We look at yesterday, he converted 10 darts at a double from 42. So that is 83
100.
darts he's managed to have at a double so far. He's only hit 19. There lies the problem. In contrast to that, Shaun Griffiths
96.
has only today had 12 darts at the double, of which
40.
he has hit 6. So the problem for Shaun Griffiths isn't checking out, it's getting there in the first place.
55.
Yeah, well, you picked up as well on the amount of 180s. It was the trebleless visits either side has been his downfall, and that's why he's had so many, or so few
140.
opportunities.
$59. $135. $42. Shaun 46.
No pressure on this 46.
He's gone aggressive on the 6, where you've got the 10 and the 6 next to each other there.
26.
Huge target, isn't it? If you're ever lacking in a bit of confidence, just look at the wire that separates the 10 and the 6.
96. Shaun 20.
Either side leaves you a finish, of course. I bust personally.
No score. Vitezslav Sedlak 112.
Full 12 ball. Oh, I like the
87.
brashness of it.
Shaun 20.
Very different way of going for things.
Who did the ball 18 ball?
I was here for that week as well.
You were.
Game shot of the second leg. Shaun Griffiths. Third leg, Vitezslav to throw first. Game on.
Now.
$100.
I remember it very well, the shot. I really enjoyed it.
60. $180.
Sedlak enjoyed that.
This is his 12th 180 of this campaign.
140.
So he's got a positive stat there. Joined Shaun Griffiths in second place.
60.
Neil Duff, though, 15 180s. That's a very good return.
$45. Vitezslav Sedlak 161. $99. $140. Vitezslav Sedlak 62.
And he start to put right his doubling demons. Not even going to get a shot.
30.
Makes a
Shaun
total mess of the setup.
116.
Shaun Griffiths offered an opportunity. He's a treble 20 for the double 18 for a 116 finish and a 3-0 lead.
Shot on the third leg. Shaun Griffiths.
Shaun Griffiths finding the best darts of the day so far for him. He is now
Fourth leg, Shaun
hold a
Griffiths
throw
first.
away
Game
from
on.
2 more points and not finishing bottom of the table.
Yeah, that will be a better way
100.
to end his campaign in Group C. Kicks off, steady away with a ton.
58.
Don't forget, we're back this evening from 10 p.m. on the
140.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and of course your chosen bookmaker site, whether it be via
100.
the app or website.
$94. 97. Shaun your car 167.
Not pretty sure if he gets the opportunity, he will go for this just to leave on a real high. Not going to happen. It's all about the setup from here. Beautiful second dart. Brilliant adjustment.
97.
If you fancy a bit of darts tomorrow night, join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Doors open at 6:30. Book your ticket at www.dartshop.tv. Come along and enjoy a night of arrows. Tops for Griffiths.
Game shot
Tops
and the match.
he gets,
Shaun
and
Griffiths.
well, I did mark your card there. A 5-4 shot against a player whose run of not winning final matches of the session continues. There are the averages. Let's have a little catch up on the balcony with Matt and Henry.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Shaun Griffiths rounding off his campaign with a 4-0 victory there. But Matt Edgar alongside me up here to round out what we've seen in general over the course of the last 15 games. Let's begin at the top and work our way from there, where it was Neil Duff, the man who went on to win the group in the end.
Yeah, it all looked like it was going to be Chris Gilliland in terms of level of performance, but I kept saying all the way through this group that Neil Duff is not doing brilliant all the time. He's doing things at the right time, and he did that again here. His best performance in terms of racing ahead and getting a nice lead in the game came at the most important time in that last match, and I think rightly so tops a group in terms of that. I think you could have said that really about either him or Chris Gilliland.
And the way that his day started, the worst possible start, 4-0 defeat to his rival at the top of the table, Chris Gilliland, and the way that he played in that game, it could have so easily have derailed his campaign.
There's been opportunities for players throughout the day, and that's what's made this day really entertaining and really intriguing, because you could have wrote people off at certain points, or you could have said that certain people was going to move through. We saw Ryan Murray have it in his hands when he needed back-to-back wins against the two players at the top. We saw Neil Duff lose 4-0, then return a 4-0. I think this has been a really good, entertaining day on Good Friday. It's been Great Friday for darts.
It has been a good Friday, hasn't it? So let's round up the table then, following the conclusion of our group. As you see, spearheaded by Neil Duff. As for Ryan Murray, legs difference in the end came to cost him.
Absolutely, and you know, when we look at the way that the group ran down when he lost that 4-0, I did sort of fear for him. I think on the basis of play and how things have gone, I like to stand there and argue that someone's been harsh, or the table might be a bit of a misread, or the bookies might have got things wrong, but I think actually this has played out absolutely perfectly in terms of what we'd expect on the basis of what's happened on the dartboard.
What can Chris Wickenden take from his debut here?
A lot. We saw him grow into this, which is probably the biggest part of this, the growth throughout the day. Now, what would he be like if he had a week? That's something that's quite intriguing, because his first 3 games he was nowhere near. He's averaging in the 70s. He looked like he was going to struggle through this campaign, and then ended up being a challenger and a contender in this because a good run of results. So he's grown in it, he's developed in it. Now he'll go away, continue doing what he's doing. He's playing plenty of darts around the UK, playing in everything he possibly can. I think we'll see him back down here again.
Let's see then the bracket for the week, because we now know half of our finals field for tomorrow. John Henderson, the winner of Group A. Neil Duff, Chris Gilliland is through. And don't worry, I'm not going to ask you who's going through from Group B. All I'll tell you is 3 players will go through. As to who goes through, we haven't got a clue.
Just keep that theme going tonight as well, because we've got all these players on 4 points. I don't want you to ask me tonight, who do you think is going to win this or who's going to go through, until maybe about Game 7. When we get to that point, maybe you can throw down the question to the commentary box and say, who do you think is going to go through? But not till Game 7.
I'll tell you what I am going to ask you. Is there a scenario where all the players could be on 8 points at the end?
There's part of me that really wants to see that happen. We've never seen it happen. I'd love to see it happen, but I also love penalty shootouts and those sort of big drama situations. I would love that to happen, and it's a possibility tonight.
5-way 9-dart shootout.
Could you imagine? I mean, this is the group that's going to cause that sort of thing to happen, and certainly on Saturday as well, we're going to get some tight plays in there. I would not be surprised to see a 9-dart shootout this week.
Well, we've got some Good Friday dinner to tuck into, so we're going to have a couple of hours away. Anything planned for your Good Friday dinner?
Well, you just said there's dinner, didn't you? So I'll go wherever you are if there's food.
If you want to go chili con carne, you can come my way. Anyway, we're going to take a short break until 10 o'clock this evening here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where we're going to see a 5-way tie for that top spot. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.